Just one moment, Mr. Keurig. I'll just ask the cameras to clear the room, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Under that direction.
Thank you.
J'aimerais que l'on...
Welcome.
Bienvenue.
As you know, Mr. Shugart,
Comme vous le
we are
savez, Monsieur
discussing
Shugart,
the motion that was passed on
nous
July
sommes à
22nd
écouter la
by this
motion qui a
committee.
été
That
adoptée
pursuant to Standing Order
conformément
1083H,
à
the committee review the safeguards which are in place to
l'interprète
avoid and
s'entend.
prevent conflicts of interest in federal government procurement, contracting, granting contribution, and other expenditure policies.
Les dépenses
Mr. Shugart, you have been asked to
l'interprète
come and testify today
s'entend, c'est
as you
impossible
currently serve
d'interpréter dans ces
as
circonstances.
the clerk of the Privy Council. Mr. Shugart, in just a moment here, I will give you 10 minutes for opening remarks, and then we will proceed to questions from the members around this table. I would ask that we be aware of the time. I will interrupt and stop questioning at the appropriate minute. So please bear with me, not meaning to be rude, but certainly meaning to be fair
en ce moment, on s'entend soi-même, on n'entend pas l'intervenant.
With that, Mr. Shugart, I will... Yes?
Interprétation présentement.
There's no interpretation?
Non.
There is an issue with the...
Just one moment.
There's a technical... Il y a un problème technique, on ne s'entend que soi-même. On n'entend que les interprètes, on n'entend plus le plancher.
We don't have headsets either. I'm just going to suspend for one moment, please.
Levez...
Mr. Shugart, you have 10 minutes to give opening remarks, and then we proceed to questions from the members.
Et nous allons ensuite passer aux questions et réponses.
Mr. Gerritsen, point of order.
L'interprète est désolé.
Now that the meeting is back in session, on the issue that was raised by Mr. Green, who's now been replaced by Mr. Angus, with respect to asking the clerk of the council to be put under oath.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. L'interprète est désolé, mais l'interprète s'entend elle-même au lieu d'entendre le député qui parle en ce moment.
Sorry, Mr. Gerritsen, just interrupt for one moment. I understand, Mr. Forte. Thank you. I'm going to suspend because we still have an issue with the translation. Just one moment. With that, then, we will proceed to testimony from Mr. Shugart. Mr. Shugart, you have 10 minutes.
Madam Chair, I don't have an opening statement. Perhaps the only comment I would make is that I first began engaging with members of Parliament 40 years ago this summer. And as a public servant, I have many times appeared before parliamentary committees. I understand absolutely the sacred rights of the House of Commons, and whether I were sworn or not, members of the committee would hear exactly the same thing from me. Thank you.
Mr. Shugart, thank you very much. With that, then, we'll proceed to questions from the members. Our first round is 6 minutes in length for each member who is asking questions. Mr. Barrett, you have the floor first. You may begin.
Mr. Shugart, I believe the documents submitted to the Finance Committee would be useful for our study as well. Would you be able to provide them to this committee?
I certainly would make them available to any committee of the House. I'm not familiar with the procedures across committees, but I would be absolutely prepared to make the same material available.
Thank you. So you supplied those per the deadline to the committee, and I understand that they're being vetted at this time. Are members of that committee able to see the documents in the same state that they were submitted by you?
As far as I know, Chair, again, I believe that the law clerk of parliamentary committees do some examination of the documents, but what was provided, and I gather there are still some translation issues. So what will be provided and has been provided is entirely in the hands of the committee at that point.
The Prime Minister testified that he pushed back against your recommendation on May the 8th before the cabinet meeting, saying that you hadn't ensured that I's were dotted and T's were crossed, that he demanded due diligence be done. Did that conversation happen electronically or in person?
It was in person, but I would mention that during this entire period, because people have been working at a distance, typically in our briefings of the Prime Minister, certainly by the time that he was no longer in isolation, it would have been a mix of people in the room and on the phone.
Is there a recording? Would those meetings be recorded if they're by Zoom or by the Government of Canada teleconference system?
I can't be definitive. I assume not. I do know that in one case where I was asked to provide a Zoom recording of a particular meeting, and I undertook to do so if there were a recording, it transpired that there was not a recording. So to the best of my knowledge, there were not recordings of meetings.
Thank you. Did he ask, the Prime Minister ask for proof, hard proof, that the public service could not deliver the CSSG?
Well, the questions were specific, and the answers, I think, were taken as honest and true answers. It was a serious question and taken as such, and officials gave their best answers.
Did he ask that question specifically? Because
for documentary evidence, for example?
Yes.
No, not as I recall.
Did he ask if, for example, the We organization had a functioning board that was governing it?
No.
Did he ask if they were in violation of any of their bank covenants?
No.
Did he ask if their financials were in order?
No, I think he entrusted public servants to do their due diligence with respect to the proposed contribution agreement and the program which would be delivered.
Did he ask that you provide other options for organizations who could provide this service?
Well, as we have indicated to the Finance Committee, Chair, there was extensive discussion prior to the briefing of the Prime Minister, and then again at the May 8th briefing and the subsequent briefing, that due diligence had been done. As parliamentarians know, there was no formal call for proposals, but officials were thorough in understanding, given the parameters of the program.
Was the question asked if this organization could deliver the program in both of Canada's official languages in accordance with the Official Languages Act? And was the answer that they were able to?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that they were that the We organization was going to subcontract out 100% of the French delivery of the program?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. You haven't seen media reports to the effect that they had National Public Relations contracted as their sub to deliver in French-speaking communities?
Not aware of that.
the Prime Minister said he wanted I's dotted and make sure I's were dotted and T's were crossed in the 2 weeks between that cabinet meeting and the next. What due diligence would have been done during that time that wasn't done in the previous, up to that point on May the 8th?
Well, I think we have indicated that the kind of due diligence with respect to the ability of the organization to deliver the program had to do with official languages, as in one case, the ability to reach out across the country, in other words, take care of all the regional dimensions, ensure that Canadians who are typically harder to access, disadvantaged people and so on, would be able to be reached by...
Sorry, I'm just tight for time. I have one more question. Mm-hmm. When you appeared at the Finance Committee, you said that the Prime Minister was briefed on the CSSG prior to cabinet meetings and on at least one other occasion discussing the development of the program, the options, the design features, etc. That's a quote from you. What was the date Mr. Trudeau was briefed about program development and options?
If I remember correctly, it was late April 21, perhaps, when the broad outlines of the entire package for students was being briefed.
Thank you. Madame Briere, 6 minutes.
Merci, Madame Chair. Bonjour, Monsieur Shugart. Merci. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for appearing this afternoon, Mr. Shugart. Question. Could you explain to us, simply and clearly, what happens with such a file when it arrives at the PCO?
Il y avait une période...
Answer. There was an initial preliminary period where the details and broad outlines were worked out for this program. Employment and Social Development Canada employees and the Department of Finance also worked on these broad outlines. Now, I don't have specific details about this preliminary development period. During this period, PCO employees participated in conversations. They participated in the broad development of the program. The details were worked out. The program discussions and details were developed over time. The Privy Council office prepared the proposal for the Cabinet COVID Committee's consideration and for, finally, the Cabinet's consideration.
Dans les circonstances, de procéder par un accord.
You said it was appropriate to proceed with a contribution agreement instead by using a tender process. Could you tell us why? Why was it justified? Because it was the standard mechanism to work with third parties.
For a program was already determined at that point that the elements of the program required a third party, and therefore a contribution agreement would be required. And the contribution agreement itself follows the broad lines of any contribution agreement. There are standard clauses. There is a template for contribution agreements to ensure financial probity and results for Canadians, and that took some time to develop, as it always does. The more sophisticated or complex and the larger scale a program, the more detailed the contribution agreement will be. So that was the procedure that was followed when it became clear that the department did not have the capacity internally to deliver the program that was being designed.
Merci.
Thank you. Some time back, when you were appointed, you said it was your responsibility to advise ministers and to share good or bad news with them, whether it be under Harper or Trudeau. You always felt it was your duty to speak the truth and to give them the best possible advice. So I feel you expect the same of all deputy ministers of the government. And if in the course of your duties, if you had any doubt that we was the best option, you would have said so. Yes. That was the opinion of the senior public servants of Economic and Social Development Canada. If I understand your question well, it wasn't me personally who gave the advice. At that point, it was the opinion of the senior officials of ESDC. But I would like to hear what you have to say about your sense of duty and responsibility when it comes to advising senior officials to the best of your knowledge. It's very consistent with the duty of public servants to consider options. To respond to ministers when it comes to preferences on a program design. It's only normal, and that was what was done in this case. And then the council does its analysis, and it's transmitted to the ministers as usual. At the Privy Council office, are there any mechanisms, for example, due diligence procedures to identify any matters of concern tied with any potential conflict of interest? All is based on the Conflict of Interest Act. As the committee very well knows, it's the responsibility of individuals to make known their business in collaboration with the departments. And if any actions are determined as being necessary by the commissioner, it's the responsibility of the individuals, either the senior officials or the ministers.
Merci. Moving to Mr. Forte for 6 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Shugart. Talking about diligence for we, you said a while ago that Mr. Trudeau assumed that senior officials had done their job. Could you please confirm what exactly was done in terms of due diligence verifications of which charity? I have said before that the due diligence targeted the capacity of the organization to deliver the program. The other issues relating to organization, board of administration, were not considered at that time. What about the financial issues of We Charity? The senior officials decided that there was a track record by that organization and the contribution mechanism is precise enough to determine that expenses are well done. And so that was the due diligence. And also the capacity of the organization to deliver the program in collaboration with others. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you, Mr. Shugart, but you said that there was a good track record to make a judgment. But what was your track record that reassured you?
I don't know the details of that. The department had worked with the charity on other occasions. They knew them well.
Êtes-vous courant que le contrat?
Do you know that the contribution agreement was not given to We Charity, but rather to We Charity Foundation? Were you aware of that? Recently, yes. For how long has We Charity Foundation been incorporated? No. Do you know how solvent We Charity Foundation was, or their assets and all of that? I simply know that in the conversations we had with senior officials at ESDC and the charity, it was decided for various reasons that the foundation would be the best vehicle. We Charity had some tens of millions of dollars in liabilities. Were you aware of that situation? Not the details, but I do understand that We Foundation had no asset. Is it possible that that could have been the case? If I were to tell you that We Charity Foundation had no asset, do you think that's possible? I have no information about that. Sometimes, does the federal government give out $43 million contracts to organizations that have no assets and so on? Does that happen?
Chair, is that the contribution agreement in this case was typical of relationships between a government department and an entity. They are guided by principles of audit and of due diligence with respect to the interests of the Crown. This contribution agreement will bear scrutiny as typical of the mechanisms that have been approved by the Treasury Board and have been used in the government for a very, very long time.
Mais moi, je veux bien vous croire, monsieur.
I want to believe you, Mr. Shugart. I want to buy what you're saying. It seems, it makes sense. I don't want to believe that the federal government will give $43 million of our savings and money that will belong to our grandchildren, but that's another story. But I don't want to believe that that is done without any due diligence verifications given to an organization that has not been verified. That seems absurd. That's why I'm asking you to reassure me, because you are the clerk of the Privy Council. You advise the Prime Minister on such issues, and you were involved. But you are saying that there was no financial due diligence verification. You simply base your decision on their track record. I'm not reassured. Is there something else you have to tell me for me to be reassured? I think you are absolutely right when you talk about the fact that it's the government's responsibility to reassure Canadians when it comes to issues like this. All I would say is that there was a relationship established between We Charity and the department. I indicated before that I do not have details personally when it comes to the specific considerations that were taken when it comes to transferring funds between We Charity and the foundation. But the procedures and rules were respected to carry out this contribution agreement. One last question, Mr. Shugart. We saw that on the 8th of May, my colleague put a question to the Prime Minister. He said something about backtracking, and he said, well, he had the feeling that he was in a situation of conflict of interest. And a decision about We Charity was postponed for 2 weeks, and we know that 2 weeks after, Mr. Trudeau voted in favor of that decision. This is my question. Were you consulted between the 8th of May and the 22nd of May? Yes or no? Is there a conflict of interest which prevents the Prime Minister from getting involved in the decision? Were you consulted?
Generally aware, because the item had been removed from the cabinet agenda. that there was a desire for due diligence on the part of the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff and the Prime Minister, that would be undertaken between the two cabinet dates. I was not personally involved in that due diligence. My opinion was not sought, and I did not see anything at the time that required my giving the Prime Minister specific advice. The follow-up to his request was being undertaken by officials, and it did not occur to me at the time, or indeed in retrospect, as I've thought about this, that there was anything in that circumstance that called for more than the follow-up that was being done by officials.
Est-ce que vous avez une copie du rapport?
Do you have a copy of the report?
6 minutes.
Thank you very much. And this is a very interesting line of questioning. Who would have provided the due diligence in this regard through you, Madam Chair?
Well, those that did the follow-up, Chair, which is to say ESDC officials who had carriage of the file, and the Privy Council office would have been monitoring that as well.
So you would have been providing advice to Ms. Telford in this regard of due diligence?
Well, the nature of our advice was, when the item returned, the homework having been done by officials, and the Prime Minister was again briefed prior to the cabinet meeting.
And in your opinion, was the due diligence sufficient?
In my opinion, it was.
So how does Ms. Telford, in her testimony before the Finance Committee, state that she didn't even know the contract was with the We Charity Foundation?
At that time, we did not know that information.
How is it that you, or in the process, not you personally, through you, Madam Chair, how is it that during this due diligence process, nobody read the 2019 audited financial statements that We Charity was in breach for a second year?
Well, I've indicated that the focus of that due diligence was on the ability of the organization to deliver the program.
Would due diligence
in the interactions with the organization?
Which one? Just for clarity, Madam Chair, which organization?
With We Charity.
We Charity Foundation?
As I understand, they made the suggestion.
Specifically through you, Madam Chair, We Charity Foundation, for the record?
No, I'm going to say that We Charity, as far as I'm aware, made the suggestion that the We Charity Foundation would be the better vehicle.
So, Madam Chair, through you, in the due diligence process, whom would the due diligence be applied to? The We Charity Foundation or We Charity proper?
The same issues. I don't know at what point the focus shifted from the We Charity to the We Charity Foundation. I do not know if it would be the same individuals responding on the other side to both parts of the organization. I can tell you that the officials were focused with their interlocutors at We on the due diligence, the ability of the organization to deliver the program.
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Sugar, I apologize, I can't accept that. In a $43 million administrative exchange to administer a $912 million program, that the governance of the We Charity Foundation wouldn't have been a part of the due diligence process. So I'll put the question clearly. Was the governance of the We Charity Foundation's stability part of the due diligence process, knowing that they were going to, as a shell company, hold a liability?
Chair, I understand completely the question and its legitimacy. And I have every confidence that going forward, we will learn from this situation as to whether those questions should have been examined. I'm not in a position to give the detail on the negotiation of the contribution agreement between ESDC officials and the We organization broadly.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking is, in your report back on the due diligence, was the governance structure of the We Charitable Foundation part of the due diligence? And I'll explain why. This has been reported by Charity Intelligence. that in the due diligence, the process was whether the charity was able to provide full and frank disclosure about the radical change in its governance to the founder. So, for instance, none of this would have come to light until the June 28th tweet of the former chair, Michelle Douglas, which showed that the board of directors had gone from 7 to 5. That's a radical departure. I've been a part of, Madam Chair, many processes I've been a member of the Hamilton Community Foundation. I've been on the endowment fund for the city of Hamilton, the enrichment fund. And I can assure you that if there was a radical departure of a board for an organization that I'm about to present money to without any real explanation, that would raise a flag. And yet, in your testimony, through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Sugar, you suggested there was no flags to be raised. How is that?
I've been very clear a few times now in answer to your question that those issues with respect to the We Charity Foundation were not raised in the subsequent briefing, and to my knowledge, they were not flagged as material for the examination of the ability of we to deliver the program.
Is it still your opinion with all the information that's been disclosed since then?
I think, knowing in retrospect what we know now, we probably would have inquired further. But I must also say that even looking back now, I have no evidence that the We organization, had the program gone ahead, would not today be able to deliver the program as set out in the contribution agreement.
The April update that you referred to is the previous speaker's question. Was the Prime Minister briefed at the time that we was involved back in April? Because we know that Ministers Chagar, Ng, and Moreau were already heavily involved with we. Did the Prime Minister know at that time in your briefing that we was on the docket for this particular program?
My understanding is no.
I don't see how that's possible.
Thank you. Mr. Poilievre, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
So the Prime Minister had no idea how the program would be delivered when he announced the program on April 22nd.
The design of the program, the details, was yet to be worked out. The policy was what the Prime Minister announced. The details were to be fleshed out later.
And later came on May the 8th. At that meeting, was the Prime Minister's family relationship with we ever raised by anyone?
Not that I recall. The Prime Minister's own history with we.
No, I know that.
Yes. But beyond that, sir, no.
So was it raised at all?
I do not believe so.
You do not believe so?
To the best of my knowledge, the answer is no.
You were there?
Either I was there or my colleague Phil Jennings.
Phil Jennings.
Who's Deputy Secretary at PCO.
Did the Prime Minister ask for, at that meeting, for evidence the public service could not deliver the program?
Well, similar to the earlier question, this was oral, yeah. But yes, he asked for an understanding of the capacity of the public service, which was provided.
Did he ask for any information about the financial state of we organization?
No.
Did he ask for any evidence that the organization had a governance structure?
Difficulties with that? No.
He said that he effectively said that your public service did not cross T's or dot I's, that you did not provide him with enough scrutiny at that meeting. What did you lack? What did the public service fail to tell him that made him, quote unquote, push back, in his words?
Well, my understanding, Chair, of what the Prime Minister has said is that he wanted assurance that the I's were dotted and the T's crossed. I am not aware that he found any particular gaps in the information.
Well, he must have, because he claims that he pulled the document from the cabinet meeting. So he must have found a gap.
Well, he was not satisfied.
Why not?
But he wanted a greater assurance. Right. I would not say that he pointed to any specific gaps in the information.
Did he give you a list of due diligence he wanted
Yes, we've referred to that as issues related to.
It was a list.
We discussed this in the meeting, and I've referred to what those topics were: the ability of the organization to reach harder to access Canadians, bilingualism, regional reach, that kind of thing.
So, but he didn't ask about finances or governance, obviously, which would be necessary for an organization to deliver a program, and yet somehow he claims that he was seeking due diligence. Has the WE organization repaid the money it received from the government yet?
I believe that is in process, but I haven't the details off the top of my head.
Still has the money, as far as we know.
You'll have to. We'll have to provide that information.
ESDC had a carriage of the file, yet no minister from ESDC signed off on the contribution agreement. How many times have you seen a department do a contribution agreement with the funding recipient without the minister signing off?
Well, in fact, Chair Minister Chagger was the responsible minister, and she did sign the contribution agreement.
She's not with the SDC, so she's not with the department.
She is by order in council associated with ESDC for the purposes of the relevant programs.
And so when was she granted signing authority for this agreement?
We would have to confirm that for you, but it I think might have been in March, but I would have to confirm that.
And when did the employment minister decide not to sign that, either the MC or the contribution agreement?
The employment minister was not the responsible minister for the purposes of the program. Beyond that, I can't say.
I've never borne witness to a non-ESDC minister signing an ESDC contribution agreement and an ESDC memorandum to cabinet.
Well,
so it is bizarre that none of the ministers who were actually with that department would have been involved in either of those two submissions. But suggests neither of them wanted to have their names on this.
I want to be. Excuse me, Chair.
That is time. A quick response.
I want to be very clear. Minister Chagger was associated with the department for purposes of programming related to youth, done by order in council, and that is not unprecedented at all. A minister can be effectively cross-appointed to another department for purposes of program responsibility. That's what happened in this case.
Thank you. Moving on to Ms. Zahid for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be sharing my time with my colleague, Mr. Gerritsen. Thank you, Mr. Shugart, for appearing before the committee, and thank you for all the work which you do on behalf of all Canadians. In the last 5 months, there has been a lot of discussion about the capacity of the public service to deliver programs like the Canada Student Service Grant. And I know our world-class public servants have adopted during these extraordinary circumstances, trying to navigate through this pandemic to deliver several key emergency benefits to all Canadians, all in condensed timeframes, clearly stretching our program delivery ability to its limit. So would you agree that the time that the Canada Student Service grant program was being developed and different options were being explored, that the public service was at the point that in order to deliver this programs like the Canada Student Service Grant, they needed some assistance and they didn't have the capacity to do it themselves?
Well, Chair, we have indicated that the particular design of this program, given its scale and the desire for rapidity of beginning the program, the closest vehicle within the public service for delivering it would have been the Canada Service Corps that was being designed and gradually built. It was very clearly not going to be able to deliver a program on this scale and proactively to do the outreach to Canadian students to get them involved. At that point, therefore, consideration, the requirement for a third party was identified, and consideration was given to those that might be able to do it.
Would you say that the Government of Canada is normally in the business of delivering programs like the Canada Student Service Grant, and these concierge types of programs help match, train people like our young Canadians? We see the government fund programs like the Canada Summer Jobs, but we don't see government doing the actual matching and hiring and also the training of the young Canadians. Would that be correct?
Well, I think in general, to this point, that is true. Although the form of that may vary. The Canada Job Bank, for example, is a program of long standing, which is fundamentally an IT platform for matching jobs with those looking for work. This program had features that were much more hands-on. There is nothing inherently saying that a government department could not deliver that kind of a program, but it would be a matter of policy and administrative policy as to whether that would be the most effective use of public resources. Anytime that a government considers outsourcing services from the public sector to private sector providers, it's essentially the same question: who is best placed to deliver this program in the public interest? And in this case, there just was not the time or the existing capability in that tailored way for a public service program to take this on.
Thank you. I will pass it on to Mr. Gerritsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really don't have time for a question, so perhaps I'll just make a comment. Mr. Shugart, I want to congratulate you on 40 years of public service. That is absolutely exceptional. And in any capacity that I can, I want to offer an apology for the fact that you felt the need to inform this committee at the beginning that anything that you said would obviously be the truth. I think that any honorable member would assume that of their top civil servant. I want it to be known that, at least from the position that I'm sitting, the other people around this table, they'll come and go. But it's the folks that run the operation, it's the folks that maintain the integrity of the system, such as yourselves, that are the ones that truly keep our democratic system in place for generations to come. So thank you.
Could I just say very briefly, Chair, that I take no offense from the earlier proceeding. And I'm keenly aware that sometimes public servants come and go as well. And the first 10 years of my career, I should say, of my misspent youth were on Parliament Hill. So I wasn't actually a public servant for the first decade of that time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shugart. Moving on to Mr. Gourde, 5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Moi aussi, je vais vous féliciter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to congratulate you, Mr. Shugart, on your 40 years of civil service. Here's my question. There was a meeting on April 21st with the Prime Minister. So how many different scenarios and options were presented for the CSSG? I was not personally in attendance at that meeting, but if I recall correctly, the student program was presented, including the elements that the Prime Minister had announced. At that meeting, at that point in time, there were broad outlines, but a lot of details had yet to be worked out at that point. Follow-up question. During the COVID crisis, the government has set up many, many programs to help Canadians. But the CSSG, to help students, where did it come from? political will, or is it the result of advice that the ministers gave to the Prime Minister? Or did the Prime Minister ask for this initiative? Where did it come from? Answer. Madam Chair, I would say that it was a combination of factors. So political staff did want to implement such a program. Question, but did this originate from political will? Answer, there were many sources. Public servants wanted to help. Ministers wanted to help. A problem had been identified, and a multitude of ideas were put forward. Ideas regarding different options, and then there was a back and forth about different types of programs. At that point in time, there were, of course, discussions between the Finance Minister's office, the Prime Minister's office, ESTC, and the civil servants. Thank you, Mr. Shugart. When the Prime Minister made the announcement to the media, well, at that same time, We Charity was already ready to send in their proposal. Were other organizations ready to apply to run the program? Or was We Charity the only group? Answer. At that point, a program had not been selected and fully organized. Now, of course, we sent in its ideas, but there was no formal contest. We had not received...
there was no program. It was still being developed, but it is established that we contributed ideas at that point.
Donc, We Charity a tellement bien...
So We Charity gave such great ideas for the program that the program was then inspired by We Charity's recommendations and expertise. It seems like it was a custom-made service, a custom-made program that fits We Charity so perfect. So they were thus the only organization that could run it. And by the way, it is an English language organization that wasn't ready to run its programs in Quebec. They don't have anything set up in Quebec. They would have had to use a third party to run in other provinces and in French language. So was due diligence really done? Was We Charity really the only organization that could run the program? Because as the Prime Minister said, and others have said directly and indirectly, that it was the only organization that could run the program.
Say again, Chair, that the development of this program took place over a period of time. When we submitted their ideas, and they submitted more than one idea, one proposal they made was not accepted by the government. The government said, no, not that program. We're not interested in that. The development of this program, like any program, was organic. It was formed on the basis of first determining what features were needed, what problem was being solved, and ideas came from many quarters that ultimately the program took shape. And as it took shape and as it became clear, the features of the program, it also became clear that a third party would be needed to develop the program. But at no point was we developing a program for the government.
Thank you, Mr. Shugart. Moving on then to Mr. Gerritsen for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Shugart, on In your testimony at the Finance Committee on, I believe it was the 21st of July, you had indicated, and I'll quote you, you said, "I do not see a way that the Prime Minister or Finance Minister responsible for public funds could not have had involvement in the policy development and approval of finances on this scale." This committee heard from two academic witnesses yesterday that were saying that all conflicts have to be considered regardless of the scale. Can you elaborate on your remarks?
Yes, and I think I indicated to the Finance Committee my identification of a problem. I do not have a final answer, but I did indicate that one of the main vehicles, it's clearly in the Conflict of Interest Act, for dealing with conflict of interest is disclosure of the conflict, so that if there is a tension in objectives, people can see that and people can judge for themselves. Is it likely that the decision maker is going about the responsibility of making decisions so as to further his or her own interests?
So if I can just build on that for a second and then continue your point, you also said in that meeting, quote, "I must say that, of course, one of the standard means of dealing with conflict of interest is disclosure." And then you noted that the Prime Minister's involvement with WE has been well documented in the public domain and therefore, in essence, was disclosed. Can you comment on that?
Well, and I offer that as at least some insight into why I, for my part, did not identify any looming conflict of interest here, because the Prime Minister's past involvement with the charity was well known. But I would say that what the Prime Minister himself said about recusal, that is the second classic vehicle for dealing with conflict of interest. And he has indicated that when it came to the actual decision-making moment, he looks back and regrets that he did not absent himself from that discussion. But every conflict of interest situation is a situation unique to itself. Yes, there are classic issues to be aware of and avoided. But this was a matter of major public policy involving significant public resources. And to a substantial degree, it seemed to me that does call for the knowledge, at a minimum, of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance on that scale.
So, Mr. Shugart, would you say that there's a rampant ethics problems that exists within the PCO, the Prime Minister's office, and the greater public service at large?
I certainly would not. We are governed by the Conflict of Interest Act. I'm very deliberately not going to pass judgment on questions that are before the Ethics Commissioner. That is his responsibility. But I would indicate that the Conflict of Interest Act is followed every day by public office holders with respect to declarations, the consultation with the Ethics Commissioner with regard to potential conflicts of interest, orders to divest, screens for conflict that are set up, sometimes beyond what the Commissioner has called for. The Conflict of Interest Act is very definitely a living reality for for our government institutions.
In your opinion, does the Act work? Is it fulfilling its objective?
The Act, as every other mechanism of accountability, is the result of successive encounters over decades of governments with problems. And in that sense, it is a kind of a living document. And it's ultimately for parliamentarians to say whether it is adequate to the challenges that we face.
Mr. Shugart.
Thank you.
Mr. Forte, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Il y a tellement...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Shugart, I have so many things that I would like to ask you, but let's come back on something. Now, if I understood correctly, it was public knowledge that Mr. Trudeau's family members had ties with WE. I don't know that it was public knowledge to that extent. It's possible, though. I would imagine that WE's ties with Mr. Trudeau's mother were public knowledge. Yes, but you said that there was no conflict of interest, even if that was public knowledge? Well, I spoke of the Prime Minister's personal ties, his ties with We Charity. As for his family members and their ties, that wasn't necessarily on the table. You're an ethics expert, so let's focus on the facts here. Earlier, I asked you a question, and I'm not certain that you fully answered. My question was, is it common for the federal government to give a $43.5 million contract to an organization to manage a $900 million program to a shell company incorporated for about a year, maybe two? Is that something common? Have you seen such a thing before?
It is common, but I can say that the procedures followed with the organization in order to ensure a solid contribution agreement are common. In fact, they're standard.
Mais ça, vous l'avez déjà dit.
You have already said that. I only have 2 minutes. Thank you for your answer, but I just have a bit of time left, and I have one last question before my time runs out.
Public ne pouvait pas.
You said that you realized that the public service could not administer the program. Here's my question. How did you come to decide that? How did you come to decide that the public service was not able to run the program? Answer. That was the opinion of departmental officials. Of which department? Well, officials at ESTC, for example. Ms. Warnick was designated as being in charge of the program. So Ms. Warnick is the one who decided that the public service couldn't run the program?
Mr. Angus, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes.
Well, I thank you for your service. Clearly something went terribly wrong here. I mean, the second this program was announced, it fell apart. And it fell apart on the obvious connections between the Prime Minister's family and the Kielburgers. That question of conflict of interest was the first question. That's before we learned that they were setting up a shell company that had no assets. That's before we learned that they'd fired their board. That's before we learned that the Prime Minister's family was getting paid when the board was being told they weren't. It was the question of conflict of interest, and I'm not saying that's your job, but given that your predecessor lost his job in the last ethics scandal, it had to be someone's job to raise this as an obvious red flag. So in the Prime Minister's office, who raises a red flag of this significance so that you and everybody involved is not blindsided when this came out? Whose job was that?
Well, I think, Chair, that Ms. Telford indicated to the Finance Committee that she raised the question of wanting to be absolutely certain that this was done in an appropriate way and everything that was above board, given the relationship, the history that the Prime Minister had. That was in this case, and the due diligence proceeded as we have.
So that was Ms.
described.
Telford's responsibility, because
she's indicated that she was the one that raised the question.
Okay,
but
that's a good question. I only have 2 minutes here.
Yeah.
The other question I have, obviously this thing fell apart, is that this line that only we had the capacity to deliver a project of close to $1 billion. Now we get different numbers: 43 million, 912 million. But I'm looking at what we's record with the government. $40,000 for a contract, $24,990, $24,996, $17,050, $13,374. Then there's a few contribution agreements. The highest is $3 million. How, in anybody's world, looking at we's record with these penny-ante contracts, could you have signed off and said, I think we can give these guys $912 million and we're not going to have any problems? That alone, without asking the questions about why they had to set up a shell company, the fact that they were in financial freefall when they came to the government for the money, they don't have a track record of doing
Mr. Angus, that's time. We're going to let that hang. Sorry.
Thank you.
Moving on, Mr. Keurig, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Shughart. I appreciate you coming and your forthrightness of which you started your testimony with. Is it still reasonable to state that only we could deliver this program when it actually couldn't deliver the program in either official languages and there were other issues with the program being delivered in different parts of the country?
As I indicated, Chair, I have not seen anything that would indicate that if the program had proceeded and it were in operation today, that the WE organization would not be able to deliver it. When you examine the contribution agreement, including the nature of having to report against objectives and milestones, sure. Yes, things fell apart, but not for any demonstrated inability of the organization to deliver the program.
Yet the program is not being delivered. Specifically regarding delivery, was there ever a question asked about whether or not we could deliver programs effectively in rural Canada? Yes or no?
I believe so, but okay. Officials at ESDC would have to provide that detail.
Sure. Did you listen to the Prime Minister's testimony before the Finance Committee?
Did.
Was there anything in that testimony that surprised you?
No.
On what date did the public service become aware that the Canada Student Service Corps was not able to run the program?
I don't know specifically, but as I've indicated at one point, the scale of what was being sought, the number of placements, for example, the need to reach disadvantaged youth and so on, the program had not reached the level of maturity that it was going to be able to handle that.
See, I do find that interesting because an organization with obviously limited capacity versus a new government program that had limited capacity, it seems like a non-starter, which leads me to my next question. And I've read a lot of government briefing notes that rarely have I seen such a briefing note that would outline a binary choice like has been described to members of this committee and others. Is that common practice for the public service to provide a binary option for the Prime Minister or Cabinet Minister to move forward on a program of this scale, something close to $1 billion?
Well, choices. There was analysis provided about the ability of other options to deliver, and given the facts of the case. The issue for ministers essentially would have come down to do we proceed with this program or not?
So So if I'm understanding you correctly, it was either we or nothing. That's
to deliver this program at that stage under those contingencies. Yes.
Okay. So regarding all the third parties that the government reached out to in order to see if they could run the Canada Student Summer Grant, would you be able to provide the dates and details of all the contacts between the department and those various organizations?
I believe that that material is included in what we've undertaken to provide. If there is further information that is sought, we would be responsive to that.
Okay. Thank you, and I appreciate that. In your experience, does the Prime Minister usually read the full briefing material he is given before an announcement or a decision is made?
I'm not with him when he does his reading, but based on his performance and that of all his predecessors, I would say yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. How often does the government make program announcements in which they don't really have a general idea of how, when, or even if they will deliver a specific program?
That I think is very much attributable to the circumstances that we faced. The head of a government will, I think, and I can't provide details off the top of my head, but often indicate that a government will do something about such and such a problem. The government in this period of the pandemic, I think, frequently declared its intentions in order to send reassurance to Canadians, and then details followed, and as we've seen, were sometimes changed in response to changing circumstances. So in that regard, this has been a very unusual period.
Thank you. The floor is Mr. Dongs for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Shugart, for being here, and I certainly appreciate that. Over the last several months, can you tell us how have you and your office or the public service has adapted to sort of the new norm of running the government during this national crisis caused by the pandemic? I ask this because I've been listening to some of the comments made in this committee, and there's a lot of talk and comparison between, what the government should normally function, what the process are in during normal times. So, if I make an observation that the past several months is nothing but normal, so how has your office and the government public service has been doing compared to normal times?
Well, I would say there are differences of procedure and of substance. With respect to procedure, I think we have experienced what members of Parliament have experienced. The normal interactions out in the country with groups and communities vastly curtailed. With respect to how we made decisions and so on, a lot of it was virtually, as the committees are experiencing, often at all hours of the day and night, given the amount of business and the extent of the impacts of the pandemic. People were pressed, people were tired. Some public servants were doing their work, but knowing that it was not being called on, and other public servants were under pretty unrelenting pressure to deliver. The same is true for ministers. With respect to the substance, I would say that none of us have been happy with the speed at which analysis had to be undertaken. In fact, we conveyed informally, as did the former government during the financial crisis, to the Office of the Auditor General, that we anticipated that there would be mistakes, and we set out our objectives in advance so that there would be understanding in the Auditor General's office about the constraints that were affecting things. In this particular case, if we had all the time in the world, I'm sure, and I'm speculating here, but I'm sure that one of the options to mount this kind of program would be, how could we accelerate the development of the service corps? But in the circumstances, action was required sooner than that, and that led to what we're now familiar with. So I don't present any of that as excuse for any mistakes that collectively may have been made or may subsequently come to light, but simply to provide background to the nature of the circumstances.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's fair to say that the things weren't operating normally with the government, and the fact that many public servants has to work from home, very different than the situation they've dealt with in their past experience. At this committee and also at the Finance Committee, I watched the testimonies, and there's has been quite a bit of talk about contribution agreements. In your opinion, do you think contribution agreements are unethical? And in your opinion, do you think that, or in your experience, is it common for the government to acquire third-party services through contribution agreements?
It is absolutely common. I wouldn't say it's the default, but it is common. We have a vibrant civil society sector, voluntary sector in this country. The support to women's shelters, the support to food banks, the support to long-term care facilities, other mechanisms during the pandemic were delivered on the part of the public by third parties, and contribution agreements are the vehicle for arranging that support. The contribution agreement is a tested mechanism which has been used over decades by governments with,
Thank you, Mr.
over
Shugart.
time, greater precision in order to ensure probity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shugart.
Mr. Poilievre, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Mr. Shugart, you testified at the Finance Committee that there was no evidence that anyone in the PMO had been in contact with WE in the lead up to the announcement of this initiative. The Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister has since contradicted you and said that at least 5 members of the PMO were in contact with WE. Can you give us their names?
I don't have those names with me, Chair, and I wouldn't normally know. I think Ms. Telford made commitments to follow up on that.
Do you have, did anyone in the PMO communicate with anyone in PCO about WE in the period from the beginning of March until the contribution agreement was signed?
It is possible. I don't know the details of it, particularly towards the end, the latter stages of the process. It is possible.
Is it possible that they communicated about WE with the PCO prior to the May 8th recommendation that public servants provided the Prime Minister that WE deliver the program?
In the form of discussions about the proposal as it was being developed, that is possible.
Right.
PMO to PCO communication.
Yes.
That is possible.
Right. I think it is probable that we had political to public service communication before we got public service recommendations back to political
communication, not being direction.
Well, we're going to find out. When did you first hear that WE was considered for this program?
As I indicated to the Finance Committee, I take the question, Chair, as a personal one. I became aware of this particular file in a fairly light way and towards the latter stages.
You have a date, just because we don't need to go out.
I can't confirm if it was at the May 8th briefing.
Were you at that briefing? Because I didn't understand your answer earlier. You said you might have been there, but you might not have been.
Well, sometimes I am at a briefing. I'm typically at a briefing of the Prime Minister before Cabinet, but
were you at
not
that one?
always.
Were you at that one?
I can't. I suspect so, but I cannot be certain. I can check if that's material.
Well, it's just that this is particularly important Cabinet briefing.
Mm-hmm.
It's the meeting at which the Prime Minister claims he first learned that we was going to deliver this program. And I
have examined the record and consulted with colleagues and confirmed that is the case.
But you don't know for sure if you were at the meeting.
I suspect that I was there for the briefing May 8th and May 22nd. But I don't want, without being certain, to tell the committee definitively. I believe yes.
You believe you were at the meeting?
I suspect that I was there, but if you want me to confirm with my calendar, then I will do that. I can be at a meeting with the Prime Minister and be called out of the meeting. So
right.
It's there's nothing.
This might have been one of those meetings where I wouldn't want to be there, and if I was there, I wouldn't want to remember it.
No, it's never that.
Well, I'm sure that there are occasions of that nature.
There are often places where you would rather not be if you had the complete choice. But
I can't imagine what you're referring to, but at the same time, we have this story that the Prime Minister pushed back. You didn't mention that in your original testimony. Minister Chagger didn't mention it. No one else who was there mentioned it. I would think if a Prime Minister, particularly someone who likes to box, were to put up his dukes and push back, you'd remember it. And you probably would have gone home at the end of that day feeling like you had a rotten day, that the boss pushed back against you. But you don't remember having been at that meeting.
I did say to the Finance Committee that Ms. Telford raised those questions.
Right.
So it's well established that the Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff raised the issue of due diligence. Right. That's been very clear and consistent.
We just can't get any sense of what due diligence they wanted or received. They knew nothing about the finances, about the board resignations, about the problems that we and they couldn't list the other organizations that were consulted. So it doesn't sound like they had any real due diligence.
We've provided the information on the other organizations, and I've been clear that the due diligence did not extend to the financial matters of the foundation.
Right, which would have been necessary to know if they could deliver it. I would just conclude, Madam Chair, if I may, just by agreeing with Mr. Gerritsen, Mr. Shugart, you are an exceptional public servant. And I think it is terrible the way the Prime Minister has thrown you and the public service under the bus, the way that he has implied that you and your organization is to blame. And I want you to know that Her Majesty's official opposition does not believe it for a second.
Thank you. Mr. Shugart, if I may, the original agreement was that you would be here until 2. However, due to technical difficulties at the beginning of this meeting, we got started quite late. Would you agree to being here till 2:30 today?
I'm at the committee's disposal. I'm delighted to be here.
Mr. Shugart, that's an excellent answer. Thank you so much for accommodating us.
I think we did begin before a little before the time. So I do have other appointments, but I'll be happy to stay.
I will get you out of here no later than 2:30. Yes, Mr. Gerritsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Poilievre made a comment towards the end there.
This doesn't sound like a point of order.
It actually is, because it has to do with the procedural order of the meeting. It's a point of order. He made a comment, and in past comments that have been made at the end, this is not debate. You have allowed, as chair, which is to the procedure, you have allowed the witness, in this case, Mr. Shugart, to respond. I'm wondering if procedurally you will allow Mr. Shugart to respond to Mr. Poilievre's comment.
Sorry, point of order.
Mr. Gerritsen, thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair, and I'm not knocking you, but the last two meetings you have not allowed the witness to respond to my second round. So I think Mr. Gerritson's new here. He's just shown up, so I don't think he should be assuming how things are done and undermining your work.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. We'll be moving forward at this time. Ms. Shanahan, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And actually, while we are discussing so much of Finance Committee, I wonder, Chair, if we could ask the clerk to provide to ask for written copies of the testimony that has been provided to Finance Committee by the witness, so that we can avoid undue duplication in the future, and any other witness that will be appearing on the same issues here at our committee. But while we are talking about Finance Committee, Mr. Shugart, on July 21st, you noted that I must say that, of course, one of the standard means of dealing with conflict of interest is disclosure. You went on to note that the Prime Minister's involvement with WE was well documented in the public domain and therefore was in essence disclosed. Can you elaborate for the committee on your thinking in this matter?
Well, I have no intention of establishing any new doctrine of conflict of interest, of course, but in a situation where decisions are made and the decision maker has an interest, a private interest, and that is not disclosed, that is an unacceptable situation, because nobody can judge the basis upon which the decision has been made. And maybe it is private interest, and maybe it is public interest. But it's invisible. And so that's why the Conflict of Interest Act requires public office holders to declare their private interests, including their financial dealings and often what would be considered by many Canadians to be quite intimate details of their affairs and of their family. And the purpose is so that the light can be shone on their interests. That does not by itself solve all conflict situations, but it is one of the classic ways of resolving conflict interest situations, so that other parties can judge whether in fact there was a conflict, or if there was it resolved in the public interest. In this case, the Prime Minister was the Minister of Youth in the previous Parliament, and at the same time he had extensive background with an organization that, at least in part, deals with youth affairs. So it would not have come as a surprise that he would have had a relationship with WE. Whether that by itself constitutes a conflict of interest is a matter before the Commissioner. And I think in his comments, the Prime Minister has indicated that he is willing to submit himself to that finding. I simply meant that in terms of my own conduct through that period, it did not occur to me that there was a private interest here, because the Prime Minister's interest and involvement in history with WE was anything but private. It was very public. And at that time, therefore, I did not say, Prime Minister, I understand that you've got a background with WE, so maybe you shouldn't be part of this conversation, because it was a very public thing.
Thank you. That's very helpful, especially to the motion that we have before us here today. In further testimony, you noted that I do not see a way that the Prime Minister or Finance Minister responsible for public funds could not have had involvement in the policy development and approval of finances of this scale. Now, we've heard from academics yesterday who were asked about your remarks and noted that no matter the scale of the program, conflicts still have to be considered. Can you elaborate on your remarks? Particularly, why was it so important to have the First Minister's input on such significant spending approval?
A very brief answer.
I just think that there are certain matters of public policy that the Prime Minister is the leader of the government and is of necessity going to be involved. I think this is a conundrum that certainly we at PCO will reflect on going forward.
Thank you. Madame Gaudreau, the floor is yours for 2.5 minutes.
Bonjour, Monsieur.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shugart. Thank you for the extra time. Let me come back to the public aspect and let me explain why it's a concern. Many years ago, I used to help non-profit organizations to receive assistance, amongst other things. And I remember very well that it could be very complicated and difficult. I also recall at what point those organizations without government assistance could not deliver services. Now I'm a new member of parliament, and I see that there are very specific rules. When we become a public elected official, we must provide all information necessary. So not only are the rules complex for small organizations, but how come the government failed to respect its own responsibilities, which were already public? How come, in spite of the fact that there was an emergency, there was a great need for assistance, how come that minimum rule was not respected? I do not understand exactly what was not done specifically. In my opinion, when it comes to the contribution agreement, public servants did their part in negotiating and completing their duty when it came to the contribution agreement. Looking at cabinet decisions, it was a matter of public policy to support students. There are various considerations, analyses when it comes to the program's design and the program's implementation. Cabinet took decisions, and the public service went on with their responsibilities.
Ms. Brangus, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to say that when the pandemic hit, the work of the civil service to me was extraordinary. People working around the clock to get this out. And I feel that this debacle to me is someplace I don't want to be. There were a lot of failures along the way. And I want to know who came up with the parameters for this program.
It cannot be boiled down to a person. It is, as typically occurs, an organic process between political staff in ministers' offices, policy staff, and officials in this case, finance and ESDC, with PCO supporting and at one point becoming more involved in the analysis. And I would say that is typical. And also, NGOs were involved in identifying possible solutions for students and so on. So it's an amalgam.
That's interesting because we dealt with so much in our office. We were talking to ministers' offices, and nobody ever suggested we had a problem with volunteerism. We had a serious problem with university students not getting jobs. So what we end up from, and I'm not saying this as an attack on the PCO, you were given what's already been put together by ESDC. Well, we know that Craig Kielburger had already approached Bartosz Chagger. He'd approached Minister Ng. Minister Morneau's office was involved. They had a first proposal, and they said, well, no, how about a second proposal? April 23rd, the Prime Minister makes an announcement that sounds very similar to the Kielburger proposal. And from that point on, it seems they're the only game in town. So I really need to know how this happened, that the Kielburger brothers, who are in financial freefall, can call 3 ministers' offices, get a proposal in, and have that proposal reflect almost what the Prime Minister's saying, and then we're moving forward with a $900 million deal. That's like those parameters that made them the only game in town. To me, how did those parameters, was it the NGO, was it we that came up with those parameters, working with the advice that they got from the ministers, Minister Chagger, Minister Ng? Is that how this happened?
Well, I think the record of testimony shows, and the documentary evidence we're providing will show that there were various contributors to the design of the program.
But the Kielburgers have been one of them, because it was their proposal.
Well, they did interact.
That's time. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. I have to give the floor over to Mr. Barrett for 2.5 minutes. This will be our final round. Conservatives, Liberals, Bloc Québécois, and then the NDP. Again, 2.5 minutes, Mr. Barrett.
What was the total value of the contribution agreement?
It was, I'll speak to the program chair, because I don't know the exact amounts in the contribution agreement, but it was in the order of $500 million that could be extended, depending on take-up, up to $900 million. That was the program cost. With respect to the actual administrative costs and disbursement for various purposes, the contribution agreement itself will show that, and we're providing you with that.
So it's been said a few times that that the process failed, that there's lessons to be learned, but there also has to be accountability measures in place. This was by no means a success. Who bears the responsibility for this program not launching? Who is responsible for this program that was deemed vital during an important time, worth nearly $1 billion, and brought forward to cabinet, received that approval? The contribution agreement was signed, and today we have nothing, and money's been spent. It's not been returned to the taxpayer. Who's responsible for that?
As the committee knows, there are procedures for returning the funds, and that is part of the any contribution agreement. That is standard and would have been followed in this case. The program did not proceed because we themselves terminated it in the face of public controversy about the program.
And that was as a result, in the Prime Minister's words, as a result of his failure to recuse himself from this process. Those were his words in his testimony. And so, to follow up on Mr. Poilievre's earlier comments, I also don't support the notion that this is the fault of the public service. I think that Cabinet made a decision. Cabinet accepted the recommendation of the public service, and I think Cabinet members are responsible for this decision. And we've heard parsing from some members of the committee about whether or not something was in bounds or out of bounds with the Conflict of Interest Act. Something being disclosed is simply not enough, or it being in the public domain. The Act requires that there's a disclosure to the Commissioner's office. The Act requires formal recusal when there's not a screen set up.
Thank you. The floor is now Mr. Donks for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Shugart, I still hear a lot of questioning on the testimonies given by senior public servant with regard to the consideration or perhaps decision-making around CSSG. In your opinion, do you have full faith and confidence in the answers provided thus far by your colleagues and the integrity of their decision-making?
I absolutely do, Chair. I always, and this applies to myself as well as anyone else, I always admit the possibility of speaking in error. And as I've indicated to any parliamentary committee, including this one, if there is a contradiction or if there is subsequent information that my testimony is in error, I am more than prepared to clarify and explain. And that is, to the very best of my knowledge, the ethic that would be followed by any public servant.
And how would you rate the performance of public service of Canada, considering that we're doing very well compared to the rest of the world in dealing with the pandemics, as well as rolling out all these programs to support Canadians and the Canadian economy? How would you rate their performances?
Well, it won't surprise you that I think our public service has performed extremely well, because it is a very, very solid institution that fits within the context of our parliamentary institutions, which themselves are the envy of much of the world. If I can say that the public service has performed well during this pandemic, and I do, it's because we stand on the shoulders of giants who have built this institution. And I can only hope that we're today building it for our successors. But I would apply that same principle to the House of Commons and all of our institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Shugart.
Thank you. Moving on to Madame Gaudreau, 2.5 minutes.
J'aimerais revenir.
I would like to come back to the government's commitment, specifically to the matter of trust. What's your perception about the trust citizens have in the government? In your opinion, where does that trust lie right now? Madam Chair, I will say that it's an expertise that lies more with members of parliament than with public servants. I hope and I think that, generally speaking, there is trust in our institutions, including in the public service. There's respect for objectivity and independence and in the values that we bear. And I do hope that if there are any shortcomings, it is the responsibility of each and every one of us. Well, what I'm trying to say, because I don't have much time left, I'm talking about trust to catch up or to get up when we fall. It's a bit more difficult. And when we have public elements and we want to be transparent, as is our duty, and with your experience and competence as clerk, will it not have been valid to make everything public, considering the desire we have to help Canadians? What do you think? I have total trust in my colleagues. No one can bear any responsibility without his or her teams, without interactions between our various control systems. And there is interdependence always. That is why we always look for ways of improving our systems, be it a legislative or procedural system. That's something very precious that we need to safeguard.
Sorry. The floor is Mr. Angus's for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on my previous questions about who came up with the parameters for the program. You said NGOs. What NGOs?
We are providing a list. I know Universities Canada was involved in some meetings, the AFN. There were other groups that were consulted early on with respect to
how early on?
The record will show that,
okay.
Chair, I would say as early as April.
Okay, because the changing moment seems to be when Craig Kielburger calls. Are you aware that they're not registered to lobby? Because they signed a contribution agreement that said they follow the Lobbying Act.
I'm not aware of those of those details.
Well, that's important because he calls Minister Morneau's office. Minister Morneau's office tells Rachel Wernick to talk to Craig Kielburger. He meets with Minister Chagger, and he meets also with Minister Ng, and then he writes to Rachel Wernick and says, based on the support we've got one of two programs. We can deliver both of them or one of them. And the one that they go with is the one that the Prime Minister agrees to. The second proposal is the proposal. So I'm again in question of due diligence.
I have not seen that communication.
Okay, he writes to Rachel Wernick to introduce himself. He said that in the spirit of his conversations with Minister Chagger and Minister Ng, he said, we have proposed two programs and we're ready to deliver one or both. And that's his way of getting in. So my question then is, we're talking about a $900 million proposal by a group that is not even registered to lobby, but has 3 key departments and ministers on side before it goes to the civil service. And he's got the proposal all written up. Where was the due diligence to protect the people of Canada?
Chair, I'm not prepared to support that construction of events. I have not seen that correspondence, but I think the testimony of officials does not support that construction of
How is it
events.
Possible?
Mr. Angus, that's your time. Thank you. Mr. Shugart, during the questions that were asked today, there were 2 pieces of information that were brought up and that I believe you will get back to this committee. One is information regarding whether or not the money has been paid back from WE, and 2, on May 8th, as to whether or not you were at the briefing meeting. If you could get back to the committee with that information, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Happily.
Mr. Shugart, thank you so much for giving us your time today, and we hope that you have a good rest of your day. With that, we're suspended. and we will get started here. Thank you. Minister, welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
As you're aware, there was a motion that was passed by this committee on July 22nd that pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, the committee review the safeguards which are in place to avoid and prevent conflicts of interest in federal government procurement, contracting, granting, contribution, and other expenditure policies. Minister Shager, you've been asked to present to this committee and to answer any questions that come from the members today in regard to the motion that I just read aloud. Minister Shager, in just a moment here, I will give you 10 minutes for opening remarks, and then the members around the table will have an opportunity to ask you questions. I would ask that we all remain conscientious of time. For the first round, each person will be given 6 minutes to ask their questions. As time approaches its end point, I will try to signal to you, but inevitably I may have to cut you off. Not meaning to be rude, but we do have to run an efficient meeting. With that, Minister Shager, I will give the floor to you for 10 minutes.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Poilievre.
Conservatives would ask that the minister swear an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Minister Shager, are you willing to swear an oath?
Yes, and I have one here with me, so I can read that into the record.
Okay.
Really unnecessary.
Do you mind?
Je Bardish Shager.
Thank you.
Je Bardish.
I, Bardish Shager, do solemnly affirm that during my testimony I will tell the full truth and nothing but the truth.
You may proceed with your opening remarks.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, point of order.
I'm so sorry, Minister Shager, just a moment here.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to
Angus.
interrupt the minister, but at finance, the rules are we're going with COVID rules so that we're not being rude to each other, but I don't want to be seen, talking over the minister while she's speaking. So are we going to have the same protocol of shorter questions, shorter answers, that we have parity on time? That way we're not, having to be seen. Because she's on a screen, it's much harder for us to maintain that balance. Would you maintain that here?
Mr. Angus, I cede your point. Minister Shager, I would ask that you try to honor that your answers be about the same length of time as the question asked of you. Thank you. With that, we'll allow you to proceed with your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Canadians. I appreciate you inviting me today to appear before you. With me is my Senior Associate Deputy Minister, Gina Wilson. I will refer to her as my deputy. We are here as requested to provide you with information on the safeguards that have been put in place within the federal government to avoid, mitigate, and prevent conflicts of interest. These safeguards apply to the federal government policies on procurement, contracting, grants, and contributions, and all other federal spending policies. I would like to begin by pointing out that the Government of Canada is committed to open and transparent governance. What do I mean by that? A government that gives all Canadians broad access to its data and information. Since 2014, the Directive on Open Government has promoted transparency and accountability across all departments. As Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth, I myself received a very clear mandate letter from the Prime Minister. That letter is available publicly online. It states that, like all of my cabinet colleagues, I am committed to building a government that is transparent, honest, and accountable to Canadians. A government that upholds the highest ethical standards, pays close attention to the management of public funds, and exercises the utmost care and prudence in this regard. These values guide me every day in my work. That's true for me. It's true for my colleagues, and I hope we would agree that it is even true for my departmental officials. All ministers receive these guidelines in our mandate letters, and we are all subject to the same laws. Whatever our role, there are mechanisms in place to guide us. All members of Parliament must comply with the Conflict and Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, and those who are ministers or parliamentary secretaries must also abide by the regulations and measures set out in the Conflict of Interest Act. Our staff must also meet the highest standard of probability and integrity as set out in the policies for ministers' offices. It's in this context that I'm fulfilling the mandate I have been given and that I am passionate about, namely, to build a more open, diverse, and inclusive country where all Canadians have an equal opportunity to succeed. My responsibilities also include policies and programs in support of LGBTQ2 people and youth. It's a broad mandate that involves working with several ministers and departments, particularly Employment and Social Development Canada, Canadian Heritage, Women and Gender Equality Canada, Health Canada, Public Safety Canada, and Justice Canada. Public servants in all these departments are also bound by strict rules of integrity. They must all comply with the Public Service Values and Ethics Code. The public servants at Employment and Social Development Canada who support me through, among other things, the Canada Service Corps program are governed by this code, as are all the staff at Canadian Heritage who support me in the delivery of programs to promote multiculturalism and fight racism. They all receive training in this area. As well, employees involved in the delivery of transfer payment programs receive additional training to help them identify and deal with potential conflicts of interest. It's also important to note that all Canadian individuals and organizations applying for funding are required to disclose any potential conflicts of interest at the time of application. The distribution of financial support is governed by the Financial Administration Act, and the federal government as a whole is governed by the oversight and accountability procedures of the Treasury Board Secretariat. Without naming them all, I would like to single out the policy on financial management, the policy on transfer payments, and the policy on results evaluation and internal audit. Unlike how the Conservatives are choosing to portray this, the policy on transfer payments in particular allows the government to ensure that these payments are managed in a manner that respects sound stewardship and the highest level of integrity, transparency, and accountability. Government programs also have terms and conditions approved by the Treasury Board Secretariat. The Anti-Racism Action Plan, for instance, includes terms and conditions to ensure that all organizations have equal access to funding. In this particular case, we are required to publish the program guidelines at least 6 weeks before the application deadline. There are also guidelines for communicating clearly with funding applicants. Allow me to touch briefly on a few points that I am sure will be of interest to the committee. First, risk management. The Financial Administration Act helps us strike an appropriate balance between the high-risk decisions which require input from senior management and those that are more operational. Risk-based decision-making models allow us to assess and the risk associated with, among other things, the funding applicant and the activities being considered for funding. They reduce program delivery costs, they alleviate the administrative burden, and they reduce the time it takes to notify recipients. Second, conflict of interest. I've already touched on this subject, and I'm coming back to it because it's important. Mechanisms are in place in all departments to prevent the risk of bias or conflict of interest. At Canadian Heritage, for example, the decision to approve a grant or contribution is never made by a single individual. In addition to regular internal assessments, they can call on peer reviews or reviews by internal or external committees. Government employees can also work with the Office of Values and Ethics to address any apparent or potential conflict of interest situations. And there are requirements to disclose the involvement of former public servants who are subject to the conflict of interest and post-employment guidelines. Third, internal controls. In addition to government controls, such as the policy on government security, several departments have internal control frameworks that outline financial management roles and responsibilities. These frameworks are designed to provide reasonable assurance that public resources are used prudently and that financial management processes are effective and efficient. Fourth, transparency and accountability. Via the open government portal at Canada.ca, all Canadians can view grants and contributions that have been awarded. Canadians can also consult the various departmental websites for information on those department plans, outcomes, costs incurred, contracts awarded, consultations and evaluations undertaken, and a wealth of other information about government and public sector representatives. Mandate letters and transition materials are also freely accessible. As stated in the Clerk of the Privy Council's 26th Annual Report, the Public Service of Canada has received clean, unqualified audits for 2 decades. It tied with the United Kingdom for first place on the 2018 Open Data Barometer and is recognized internationally as one of the most effective public services. I would like to acknowledge and appreciate their work. I would like to conclude with a concrete example that illustrates the rationale behind all these measures and safeguards. Last May, in response to the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Government of Canada adopted a series of measures to support individuals and organizations in many sectors of our economy. For my part, I insisted that my programs be adapted, whether by streamlining processes or speeding up payments, in order to support organizations that advance multiculturalism, diversity, inclusion, and opportunities for youth in Canada. Thanks to the rigorous mechanisms that frame our actions, we have been able to respond quickly and effectively to the pressing needs of Canadians. But we are not out of the woods yet, and we have a lot more work to do. We have adapted to the situation without compromising our rigor, and together we are continuing to build a government that is open and transparent to all Canadians. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I thank you for your attention. I look forward to your questions, and I've tried to keep my comments brief so that we can answer as many questions as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Chigger. We will begin with our 6-minute round, and Mr. Barrett, the floor is yours to begin.
Thank you, Minister. We just heard testimony from the clerk of the Privy Council that you were given authority to sign as a minister for ESDC by order in council. Can you tell us on what date that OIC was issued?
I recall the OIC being issued in March to give me jurisdiction within the departments within ESDC as well as Canadian Heritage that fall under my mandate as Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth in March.
Minister, have you, with the exception of the CSSG contribution agreement, have you used that signing authority as allowed by that OIC for any other program?
So, Madam Chair, through my responsibilities, I also have 3 secretariats within Canadian Heritage. Numerous grants and contributions have been awarded through multiculturalism and others. I can refer to my deputy if we would like any concrete examples.
No, not for those, Minister, thank you. But with respect to ESDC, which was my question, have you used it with respect to ESDC?
I just want to make sure that I do provide all information. I know that the Canada Service Corps is under my responsibilities. So then when it comes, I just don't know if any have been renewed since I became minister in 2019. I can get back to the committee if you would like.
I appreciate that. How much money did the Government of Canada pay to the WE organization for the CSSG? We've heard a lot of different numbers, so looking for the final number.
So we announced $9 billion of programs for students on April 22nd. When it comes to the Canada Student Service Grant, the contribution agreement was, I believe, $543 million in the contribution agreement. As documents have been requested, they have been provided to committee members at Finance. We can ensure that they are available.
Okay, and how much specifically was flowed, not theorized, but how much was actually flowed from the Government of Canada to the WE organization?
I can refer to the contribution agreement as to the first cohort, the supplemental cohort, and the second cohort. So I cannot tell you how much was flowed. What we do know is that the program is no longer running, and the money, as the organization has referred to, will be returned to the government.
Why hasn't the money been returned to this point? It seems odd. It's been quite some time since the program was canceled, or that they withdrew following the Prime Minister's announcement that he failed to recuse himself. What's the holdup?
So I think, Madam Chair, as I've been trying to share within testimony and any of my communications, we want to ensure that all processes are being followed. So I can assure you that the public service is working with the organization to ensure that it is returned. If you would like, I can refer to my deputy to provide and elaborate on this answer.
No, if you can get back to the committee, though, with that information, it would be very much appreciated. My next question, Minister, is with respect to your communication between you speaking with any member of the finance minister's staff or in their office or any Finance Canada officials between April 5th and April 22nd concerning We Charity, the Kielburgers, support for students, and how we could provide support for students. The We organization could provide support for students.
Madam Chair, as I testified at Finance Committee, within the time frame that the member has requested, I personally did not have those conversations with officials at Finance Canada.
So at the Finance Committee, I had the opportunity to ask you some questions, Minister, and there was a disparity between my question to you and your response. I asked if you had spoken with the We organization about the CSSG, and you responded, no, you hadn't. But you had spoken to them, we later learned, in the time period in question. I believe the date was April the 17th. So do you have any, from that call, I guess, what details did you discuss with this organization? Was it about anything that would later appear in the proposal for the CSSG?
Madam Chair, so just to make sure that it is on the record, on December 10th, 2020, I appeared at We Day in Ottawa after I had become Minister of Youth, and that was to talk to an auditorium full of youth at the National Arts Centre. And the second time I interacted with We Charity, Craig Kielburger personally, was over the phone on April 17th, 2020. I had a phone call with him as well as another member of his team at 11 a.m. in the morning. That phone call lasted just over 30 minutes, and we spoke about an unsolicited program in regards to youth entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, and something that had been shared. As it was not something that I was considering, I referred it to officials. That phone call on April 17th was not in regards to the Canada Student Service Grant at all. I did not comment on that.
I'm tight for time. Thank you, Minister. Your signature is on the...
Thank you. Mr. Barrett, 10 seconds.
Your signature is on the funding agreement. It's backdated to May 5th. Did you tell either of the Kielburgers or anybody at We that they could start incurring expenses as of the 5th of May?
At the recommendation of the public service that it was the only organization that could deliver the program, I did, after a lot of back and forth, sign the contribution agreement. No, I did not personally have those conversations with the organization.
Thank you. Mr. Dong and Madame Briere, 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, thank you very much for participating. And you said, and I recall that you had spoken to We Charity after the organization sent you and a few other ministers a proposal on youth social entrepreneurship. We learned that We Charity has not, or was at the time not registered to lobby the government, but you agreed to speak with them. Can you please explain why you agreed to speak to an organization that wasn't registered as on a lobbyist registry? And how often do you check if organization requests to speak to you are registered? And in your opinion, whose job would that be?
Madam Chair, so in regards to the unsolicited proposal in regards to social entrepreneurship, youth social entrepreneurship, it is something that was shared with my office. I, as a Minister of Youth, and speak with numerous organizations all the time. I keep an open door policy to ensure that we're having those conversations. As a federal government that committed to being more open, more transparent, and accessible to Canadians, it's important that we have these conversations. In regards to lobbying, my understanding of the Act is that it is for the lobbyists themselves to actually declare that they have lobbied ministers and officials and so forth. So my understanding is that that would not fall under my responsibilities.
Okay. Madame Briere? Yeah, over to you.
Bonjour, merci Madame Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Minister. Thank you for appearing. and answering our questions. In your introduction, you reiterated your government's values. And your values, you said that those who work with you have to follow the Code of Ethics and the Act. And earlier, the clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Shugart, told us that it was his duty to offer impartial advice to ministers and to always offer true advice. I would imagine that that's what you expect of your team as well? Madam Chair. Yes, the public service gave me the recommendation that this organization could effectively run the program. My team and I, we were given that recommendation. We're in the middle of a pandemic, so we are working with unprecedented speed. This pandemic is a new situation. We are doing our best. Our focus, our priority is helping Canadians throughout the pandemic. That is my priority. Question. Now, I know that you don't have an exact figure, but could you tell us approximately how many people were involved in discussions about the CSSG? Madam Chair, my deputy will be able to speak to this question. What I can say is that our teams, and that includes my team, are working hard in collaboration with many partners. So many different teams would have participated in discussions, many different public servants, but I do not have an official number. Apologies. Understood. And why did the government want to implement a program to help youth?
April 22nd, the Prime Minister publicly...
Eh bien, je dirais que le Premier ministre a déclaré que nous allons présenter un programme de 9 milliards de dollars pour nous assurer que les étudiants qui étaient accessibles pour les jeunes. Eh bien, pour les jeunes qui sont importants pour le Premier ministre, même avant d'être Premier ministre et avant d'entrer en politique, c'était très important pour lui. Lorsqu'il était député, il était porte-parole pour les jeunes et lorsqu'il est devenu Premier ministre, il voulait leur donner la première place parce que c'est une partie importante de la population. Cela n'impacte surtout les Canadiens et cette situation, et ça n'exclut pas les jeunes. Il faut avoir les mécanismes, et cette pandémie a impacté de façon disproportionnée certains groupes. C'est pourquoi mes responsabilités sont essentielles et critiques. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous appuyons tous les Canadiens. Nous sommes là pour appuyer et offrir des programmes à tous les Canadiens.
On that note, what of the fact that the program had not yet been launched or started?
Madam Chair, just the translation, when I speak English, it comes French in my headset, so I missed the member's question. If she could repeat it, that would be great. I will keep my answer short.
OK. Et quels sont les commentaires?
Question. What feedback have you received about the fact that the program did not end up being run?
We've received numerous emails and comments. We've seen them reported in the media as well. The Canada Student Service Grant was an additional program. So we have put out a series of programs to help students during this pandemic, recognizing that they also need support. We also know that students are part of the solution. And right now we know that Canadians are hurting, communities are hurting. So we promote service. I know that myself, growing up, I would not be able to have the experiences I had without volunteer opportunities. opportunities. And volunteering and serving our communities is another way to develop skills and strengthen skills. So I would say it was an important aspect of the programs we're delivering. It's really unfortunate and regrettable that it is not.
Thank you. Moving on then to Mr. Forte for 6 minutes.
Hello, Minister. Minister, earlier you answered my Conservative colleague's question. You said that you did not know how much money had been paid to We Charity and how much money We Charity had returned. Do I understand correctly that you have no idea how much money flowed to and from the government and We Charity since the spring?
Madam Chair, I would state that it's not that we don't know how much money. We can share the details of money that has been released. $30 million has been released to the organization through the contribution agreement. I was not aware of how much money has been returned, and I have offered to provide that information to the committee.
Merci, c'est gentil, Madame la Ministre. J'apprécie donc.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So exact sums, how much money was sent, how much was returned? If I understand correctly, you will be sending us that information?
Yes, I will make sure you have that information. So we know that the first cohort had an amount attributed to it through the contribution agreement, which members have received. And then there was the supplementary contrast. I am responding in English because I understand you get extra time for translation.
Merci. Madame la Ministre.
Thank you very much. Madam Minister.
You've told us.
I forget who asked you the question, but you said that you participated in We Charity events without knowing or not whether We Charity was on the lobbyist registry. You said that you understood that that was not your responsibility. Is that what you said? That it wasn't your responsibility to check on the registry whether We Charity was there?
Was on the lobbyist registry.
That it is the responsibility of lobbyists to report their lobbying activities.
Mais vous sentiez pas de responsabilité à l'effet de vérifier cette information?
But you felt no responsibility to check that information?
Madam Chair, I have responsibilities to my stakeholders. I have responsibilities to the people who have elected me to represent them. I take my responsibilities very seriously.
No?
Oh. You have many responsibilities, but not for the register? Okay. Did you check with the lobbying commissioner to say, as a minister, do I have the responsibility to ensure that people who I meet with are on the registry? Did you check that with the ethics commissioner?
Anytime that I need information from the ethics commissioner, I make sure to write to the ethics commissioner or have my team do so that we can receive that information. Similarly to ensuring understanding what I am able to share today and so forth, I made sure that I had that information. I take my responsibilities very seriously.
Merci. Est-ce que vous avez vu?
Thank you. But did you check with the ethics or lobbying commissioner whether you were responsible for making checks about the information on the registry? Did you check that with one of the commissioners?
In this situation, I did not contact either of them, rather if I could talk to a youth organization or not. As a Minister of Youth, I keep an open door policy. I speak to numerous organizations, and I think it's important that we be available and accessible to organizations so that we can not only hear their concerns, but also to hear their solutions.
Merci,
I will be accessible to Canadians.
J'ai seulement quelques instants, excusez-moi. Je veux pas vous bousculer.
I'm so sorry. I don't want to cut you off. I appreciate your presence, but I have a time problem. Time is very limited. So, Madam Minister, to your knowledge, what was done to check about the state of the finances of this organization? What checks were carried out?
I can. Madame la Présidente, oui, je vais référer à mon député.
Mais est-ce que vous savez?
I will be referring that to my deputy. Well, do you know? We can hear from your deputy afterward, but you personally, what checks did you carry out? Madam Chair, we know there's not that much time for the member to ask me questions. but we do want to ensure that the member receives the information. And so I think it's very important to give the member a few moments to give him that information. With all due respect, Madam Minister, I'm already aware, but I want to know if you personally were familiar with these checks. Yes or no? Were you familiar with this about the We Charity Foundation? No?
Tell you, as I was shared at the Finance Committee, is numerous conversations took place. Yes, concerns were raised to ensure that due diligence was done. I know that the public service, the professional, nonpartisan public service works really hard. I have confidence that they did that work, and that's why the deputy can actually provide concrete examples of this information that the member is looking for. And I think it's important that the deputy be able to provide those details if the member would like.
Parce que je perds mon temps, là.
It's your question.
I'm sorry, Minister. I'm just losing time here. There's the time it takes for interpretation, and then all the time it takes for the minister to explain things that aren't relevant to the question. I'm losing my time. So I do want to hear about what checks were done on the We Charity Foundation.
Madam Chair, the public service signs numerous contribution agreements in any given year. They are a professional public service that does their due diligence, and that's why it's important that the public service...
Mr. Fortin.
J'ai demandé à avoir la réponse de la...
I am happy to call on you, but there is an order, and I have to ask the minister to stop, and then you have the floor.
Merci,
Mr. Fortin, proceed.
Je m'excuse, Madame Chagger. Je ne veux pas vous bousculer.
I'm sorry, Madam Chagger. I don't want to cut you off, but we don't have much time. I heard your answer. Thank you. But now I would like to hear from your deputy. Can I hear from your deputy, please?
Thank you very much. I'm happy to provide you with that information.
Deputy Minister,
in every agreement, there are risk mitigation clauses and controls. There are financial checks done.
Please stop.
Sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Madame la Présidente, j'en fais un point d'ordre.
Mr. Fortin.
On a un problème.
Madam Chair, point of order. There's an additional delay because of interpretation time. There's a delay between the question and the answer. And the members here who speak English on the committee have more time to pose.
Je peux pas le compléter, Madame la Présidente?
Thank you.
Est-ce que je peux compléter mon point d'ordre?
Thank you.
Ben, c'est un point d'ordre. Merci.
Thank you.
Vous m'en remerciez, mais je voudrais le compléter.
You're at 7 minutes and 26 seconds, Mr. Forte. I've been very generous with your time up until now, and I would ask that you respect that. It is up to the minister to answer the questions how she wishes to do so, and it is up to you to cut her off if you are not pleased with her answer.
Thank you,
Mr. Forte.
Madam Chair, you told us at the beginning that we would have answers that are the same length as the question, and there's also the interpretation.
Floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chagger, for returning. When we were at Finance Committee, you were asked a very straight-up question, whether or not you had had any dealings with the Kielburgers or anyone from We Charity in the lead-up to this coming to Cabinet. So why didn't you tell us about your meeting on April 17th with Craig Kielburger?
Madam Chair, these meetings are public. The question that I was asked is if I spoke with the organization in regards to the Canada Student Service Grant, and I answered that question truthfully and openly. A member today provided me the opportunity to provide the information in regards to the organization writ large, and I have provided that information for the record.
Thank you.
I answered the question that was posed of me.
Sorry. Actually, the question you were asked was very simple. Did you have any meetings with anyone from the We organization and lead up to Cabinet? They did not ask about the Canada Student Service Grant. You put that in. So it was a simple question. So my frustration here is when you're asked a simple question, did you meet with the Kielburgers? And you can't give us a straight answer. It makes the waters seem very, very murky for you. So, so my concern is that meeting, I think, was crucial, and yet you didn't tell us that. Why didn't you tell us that you had met with Craig Kielburger?
Madam Chair, I think you have noted the length of the question, and I will take that time to respond. The member is welcome to refer to the official record and to see that that question was in context to the Canada Student Service Grant, in which the motion was put forward, and he can choose to interrupt, and that is an approach that he chooses to routinely take. I have set the record clear today as to the 2 times that I have personally interacted with the organization. I went to WE Day on December 10th to speak to an auditorium full of youth at the National Arts Centre. That was December 10th, 2020. I was requested to have a conversation with the organization in regards to an unsolicited social entrepreneurship strategy.
Thank you. Well, here's the thing. You were asked a straight question, but of course, we've got the record. It's on the record. But the thing is of course you weren't speaking about the Canada Student Service Grant on April 17th because it didn't exist. It wasn't announced until April 22nd. So it's, again, this splitting of hairs that I find frustrating. But let's just jump forward because you had also told us that Rachel Wernick came up with this idea. She told us that she had been instructed by officials to reach out, but it's the Craig Kielburger connection to her that I want to bring to your attention. He writes her an email, his introduction to her, and he says, based on the meeting with Minister Chagger, quote, in that spirit, we have proposed 2 programs, and we can deliver 1 or 2 programs. So you're Craig Kielburger's all access pass. So I don't get how the fact that you were at some WE event at some auditorium is germane to anything when it's the April 17th meeting you have with Craig Kielburger. You don't tell us this. This has to come out in the media. The fact is that Craig Kielburger uses you as the introduction to Rachel Wernick, saying not only did they have the 1 program, they had 2 programs. They were ready to deliver. So what happened in that conversation that led to having 2 programs instead of just 1?
Madam Chair, I have been asked to testify, and I do my utmost to make sure that information is readily available. No differently, when I appeared at Finance Committee, I made sure that details of the contribution agreement were available, and I also said that we would share all documents to ensure that members and Canadians can have these answers. I think it's important that they receive these answers. In regards to the April 17th meeting that the member is referring to, it was in regards to an unsolicited social entrepreneurship program for youth. As the Minister of Youth, there is it's important that I be informed as well. This proposal is not something that was first brought to my attention. As Rachel Wernick has testified, it was gone to other minister as well, and then it was shared with myself, and I made myself available to listen to that information. It's not something that I would have full jurisdiction or be the lead on, but I did listen to it, and it's not something that I was considering.
Well, obviously you did consider, because Rachel Wernick gets her email from Craig Kielburger saying that he had not just 1, but he had 2 proposals. And it's the 2nd proposal that became the Canada Student Service Grant. That was the form. So the fact that you were meeting on April 17th, the Prime Minister announces it on April 22nd, the fact that Craig Kielburger is then contacting with Rachel Wernick that he's met with you and he has the 2 proposals. I think you just need to just come a little more clean with this, Minister, and tell us what you recommended to Craig Kielburger, so that we can get a straight answer here.
Point of order, Chair.
Minister, just a moment. Mr. Dong.
Chair, for the 2nd time today, Mr. Angus has brought up this document between Mr. Kielburger and Rachel Wernick.
I'll submit it. I'll submit it. Do you want me to submit it?
I have the floor.
Excuse me.
Is that not a point of order?
Excuse me.
I have the floor.
Mr. Dong.
I wonder if Mr. Angus can share the document with the rest of the committee.
Mr. Dong, that's not a point of order. I'm going to proceed.
Sorry, does that come out of my time? I'm certainly willing to share the email to Craig Kielburger.
He is referring to, but I have no idea what he's referring to. I think it's a fair question.
Well,
Mr. Dong, it's not a procedural point of order. You are more than welcome to go and talk to the member after this meeting, and if he is happy to show you the document, then he will do so.
Well, Madam Chair,
I think it's
I'm more than willing to share the email that's been made public. If my colleague didn't do his homework, I can't help that, but I'd like to get the answer from the Minister.
Mr. Angus, the floor is yours.
Can we just get the minister to tell us what happened in that meeting without the interference of her Liberal colleagues? That Craig Kielburger then went to Rachel Wernick and said he had two proposals. And that second proposal became the Canada Student Service Grant with just a few bells and whistles added. So something happened in that meeting, Minister Chagger, and you didn't tell us at Finance. Tell us now. Just come clean.
Madam Chair, I was asked to swear an oath. I have sworn an oath. I think it's important to acknowledge that all information that I have available, I am making available. I do not disregard the member's interpretation, but I will not be told that I am not providing information openly. That's exactly what I'm doing. The first opportunity that I had to be at Finance, I was there. The first opportunity I had to be at Ethics, I am here to make sure all information is available to members.
If you told us at Finance, we wouldn't be in this schlemozzle.
Mr. Angus, your time is up. Thank you. Mr. Poilievre, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Did the word volunteer ever get spoken in your 30-minute meeting with Mr. Kielburger?
Madam Chair, off the top of my head, it was more of a listening exercise.
No, was it spoken? Yes or no?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were you there?
I can't say that I said it. I was there.
Did someone else say it?
Madam Chair, I recall, and this is a lengthier answer, but I recall the conversation in regards to them advancing and sharing their unsolicited proposal.
Right. No, that's not my question. My question is about whether the word volunteer was spoken. Was youth service mentioned?
I will tell you that youth service is top of line for myself.
Okay, so that's a yes?
We brought through the Canada Service Corps in 2018.
Yes or no?
Madam Chair, I think it's important that since I am wanting to provide accurate information, that I provide all information that I have.
Minister, thank you. I do understand that, but the question has been asked of you is quite simple. It is really a yes or no question, and so you need to respect the member who is asking you that question and answer accordingly. Thank you. Minister, yes or no?
I would say service opportunities, yes, was said.
Okay, good. Now we're getting somewhere. This was just 5 days before the Canada Student Service Grant was announced and given its name. And of course, that grant wasn't mentioned because it wasn't created at the time of your meeting. But did you speak about anything at all, other than the Kielburgers' social entrepreneurship proposal? Anything at all? Yes or no?
I would have definitely asked how the youth that they were working with, how they were doing in the face of the pandemic.
Did you tell? Did the Kielburgers know that the Prime Minister would make an announcement only days later on April 22nd regarding youth programming?
I cannot speak to the Kielburgers. I personally did not know on April 17th that the Prime Minister would be making that announcement.
Okay, so you didn't know, even though you're the minister responsible for that announcement. Strange. How many staff attended that meeting with you and the Kielburgers?
Madam Chair, for clarification, from my team, is he referring to?
Yes.
Or from I was the only person on the phone call for my team because it was in regards to
any
an unsolicited proposal.
Any officials?
For my team, no.
So it was just a phone call? 2 people?
From my team, it was myself. From the WE organization, it was Craig Kielburger, and I believe Sophia was on the phone with us. They would know if there was other people from their side. It was a phone number they provided for me to dial into.
Thank you. Anyone in the PMO or the Finance Minister's office aware that you were having this phone call?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can check into that information and share it with the committee.
Did you take any notes?
Madam Chair, from that phone call, it was in regards to the unsolicited social entrepreneurship
No, that wasn't my
program.
question. Did you take notes, yes or no? Did you take notes?
I was provided a briefing note, which has been shared.
Did you? Okay, did you take notes on your phone call? Yes or no? For the 4th time.
Everything I received was in line with.
No, did you take notes with your own hand? That was the question. It's a simple question. Yes or no?
The only note I would have taken would have been to ask the team to follow up with colleagues' offices in regards to the proposal and
but that's strange, because a moment ago you said by the time you did this phone call or finished it, you were not interested in that proposal. So now you were must have been a different proposal that you were following up on.
Madam Chair, the member can choose to put words in my mouth. It would not be his first time.
They're your words.
A repetitive behavior. So I will say that
let's not get distracted here.
Something that I was not considering, but it's important for the team and also for officials to be aware of it.
Okay.
And to make sure that they look and consider
all right.
its merits.
So you decided that you weren't going to pursue that proposal, yet you wrote notes to your staff and officials to follow up on that proposal. Okay, very clear.
So
we're going to move on to another question now.
Madam Chair.
I'm on to my question. I didn't ask a question yet, so she's had plenty of chances to respond, and that's.
You put words in my mouth.
So
very classy.
Next issue here. You were aware that the Prime Minister withdrew your proposal from the cabinet meeting on May the 8th. Yes or no?
The Prime Minister testified and shared that information.
And the WE organization had already begun implementing the Canada Summer Student Service Grant on the 5th, 3 days earlier. So did you instruct anybody to immediately call WE and say, stop, the Prime Minister has pushed back and that this program is not approved by Cabinet, and therefore WE has got to put its actions on hold? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, the Prime Minister, as he stated, actually, it was about due diligence from officials, so I would like the Deputy to have a minute to answer.
I'm sorry, Minister, we are out of time. I'm going to hand the floor over to Mr. Gerritsen.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I do think that they should have a chance to respond, if possible.
Mr. Poilievre, you're putting me in a difficult position here.
I thought he only did that to us.
Mr. Gerritsen, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, you were on the receiving end of a fairly hostile accusation there by Mr. Poilievre. Would you like the opportunity to respond to that, Minister?
Madam Chair, I think it would be important for the Deputy to be provided an opportunity to answer the accusations that are being provided by the Conservative member.
Hello. So the question was in relation to an earlier start date. Why was it effective on May 5th? And as generally occurs with contribution agreements, a start date may be identified prior to the date of the agreement's signature. This is routinely done when organizations may incur eligible expenses prior to that signature. If the earlier start date is not approved, the organization is reimbursed for expenditures incurred, and do this completely at their own risk. Similarly, if the agreement is not signed, the organization would not be reimbursed for any expenses incurred. It may often take weeks for a contribution agreement to be negotiated, and that is what occurred in this particular instance. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Minister, let's not beat around the bush here and pretend that your appearance before this committee somehow has nothing to do with the fallout of the WE situation with the student service grant. So I'll just be blunt. Did you knowingly brush off signs of conflict of interest or any perception thereof when you were presented with the recommendation to enlist the WE charity to deliver this program?
Madam Chair, I can tell you that I take the Conflict of Interest Act very seriously. No, I would never brush off any signs, and that's why I ensured that I worked with officials to ensure that due diligence was done, and I believe that they did their due diligence.
And they did give you that recommendation, right, Minister? Because when Mr. Barrett was speaking with the clerk of the Privy Council previous to this, he said, this is Mr. Barrett's words, and I quote, Cabinet accepted the recommendation of the public service. This kind of goes against a little bit about what the Conservatives have been trying to purport in their rhetoric out there, that somehow that wasn't the case. But this was a recommendation from the public service, as Mr. Barrett said, correct?
Madam Chair, this was the recommendation that was repeated on numerous occasions. As has been noted, it is a a proposal that went to the COVID committee. There was numerous questions asked. Those questions were asked of officials. Officials responded and came back with the same recommendation. We also asked for other recommendations. Who else could deliver a program to this scale, this scope, this timeline? And once again, in writing, the Public Service did provide us that it was the only organization that could deliver the program to the scale, scope, and timeline that we were looking for.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's everything.
I will proceed with giving one question to the Conservatives and one question to the Liberals. Conservative member can go.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The question is not about why the contribution agreement was backdated. The question is very simple. The Prime Minister claims that he put the entire WE program on hold on May the 8th. Minister Chagger, did anyone in the government at that moment direct WE to stop administering the program when the Prime Minister did that on May 8th? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, that was a lengthy question, but I'll provide a short answer, not that I'm aware of.
That's strange.
Thank you, Minister. From a Liberal member. Madam Shanahan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for being with us here today. The Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have both apologized for not recusing themselves from the decision to enlist We Charity to deliver the Canada Student Service Grant Program. But the Clerk of the Privy Council has also testified that given the sheer scale and cost of the program, it's difficult to see how they would not have needed to be involved. What was the expectation for you as the minister responsible for the CSSG when it came to assessing potential conflict of interest before entering into the contribution agreement with We Charity?
Madam Chair, for myself, this was part of a suite of programs. $9 billion had been allocated for students, recognizing that they were also impacted by the pandemic. When it came to this exact program, for myself, a priority was ensuring that students who need assistance the most get it. So I was concerned about official languages and making sure that the program was available for both Francophones as well as Anglophones. I want to ensure that youth and students in rural, remote areas also had access to it. I want to ensure that underrepresented communities had access to it, and that's why I want to ensure that we were collecting disaggregated data to understand where it was going, so that as we went through the contribution agreement, checks and balances were in place. And the way contribution agreements work is that they have to be able to deliver the scope and scale and timeline of the program. So this is information we would be continuously receiving before we opened up any opportunities to expand it to the second cohort. So that was some of the checks and balances that we put in place to ensure that people who need a hand up were actually getting a hand up through the programs we were advancing.
Thank you, Minister. With that, we will draw this meeting to a conclusion, and I will suspend while we switch to our next witness. Again, Minister Chagger, thank you so much for giving us your time today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members.
welcome everyone. Minister Qualtrough, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure. Minister Qualtrough, as you know, this committee passed a motion on July 22nd that pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, the committee review the safeguards which are in place to avoid and prevent conflicts of interest in federal government procurement, contracting, granting, contribution, and other expenditure policies. That is the motion that you have been asked to come and speak to today. Just in one moment here, I will give you 10 minutes to give opening remarks. It is going to be a little bit tricky for me to monitor and keep time just because there's no visual cues. So bear with me. I may have to interrupt you, but I certainly will do my best to be polite when I do so. We would ask that you try to answer questions that are posed to you within about the same time frame that they are asked. Those seem to be our COVID rules when we're using technology. With that, then, I will pass it over to you, Minister, and allow you to have the floor for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And please feel free to interrupt me verbally at any point. I take no offense and find it helpful. So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to begin by thanking the committee for allowing me to participate by telephone. This allows me to use my accessibility software and participate in a more meaningful way in both languages while having the chance to refer to my speaking notes. I have with me today ESDC Associate Deputy Minister Benoit Robidoux. I'm hopeful today that my participation can be helpful. It's my understanding from your motion passed by this committee that you're reviewing the safeguards in place, as you said, to avoid and prevent conflicts of interest in federal government procurement, contracting, contribution, and other expenditure policies. In particular, I understand that you're using as a case study the speaking appearances for Justin Trudeau, Sophie Grégoire Trudeau, Margaret Trudeau, and Alexandre Trudeau. I'll say at the onset that I had no prior knowledge of Margaret or Alexandre Trudeau's speaking appearances with We Charity or otherwise. I know that Margaret Trudeau is an advocate for mental health and wellness and admire her passion on this important issue. I know that Prime Minister and Sophie Grégoire Trudeau had appeared at We events in the past, and I consider this to be a well-known fact. They've both been advocates for youth leadership and youth empowerment for years. Personally, I have spoken at one We Charity event in November of 2016 in Vancouver. I spoke to thousands of young people about the power of inclusion and the everyday choices they could make to ensure that no one was left out, in particular people with disabilities. I was not paid for this appearance and claimed no expenses. As a Member of Parliament and Cabinet Minister, I am very aware of my obligations pursuant to the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons and the Conflict of Interest Act. I take the management of my public declarations and ongoing reporting requirements very seriously. I offer no excuse or justification for the Prime Minister or the Finance Minister with respect to them having not recused themselves from the discussions and decisions around having We Charity deliver the CSSG program. Both have apologized and acknowledged that they should have recused themselves, and there is an ongoing investigation by the Ethics Commissioner, and both are fully complying with it. In this time of pandemic, the pace and breadth of decision-making has been beyond compare. As Minister of Employment, I have been at the center of our pandemic response. For months, our Cabinet COVID Committee met day after day to plan and implement our emergency response. Cabinet was also meeting regularly for many hours at a time. On any given day, we are making decisions that range from border closures to PPE distribution to whether we should be sending our military into our long-term care facilities because our seniors were dying. My own responsibility included the CERB, Canada Summer Jobs, temporary foreign workers, disability support, and various student measures. We've been operating under the guiding principle of delivering supports quickly and reliably to Canadians. We knew from the start that things would not be perfect, and we were prepared to have to course correct when needed. There was no time to test or pilot programs. We had to understand the limits of our existing systems and work within them. Anything new would have to be straightforward. I have tremendous respect for our public servants with whom we've been working around the clock. They've gone above and beyond during these difficult times. We've delivered for Canadians in three very important ways over the past few months. First, through direct supports like the CERB and the student benefit, and top-ups to the CCB, GST, and OAS. Second, through the provinces and territories. An example would be the essential workers top-up. Third, we have collaborated with third-party intermediaries with extensive networks and proven track records who can deliver programs quickly and support individuals in a way that government simply can't. An example would be having Community Foundations Canada, the Red Cross, and United Way deliver our Emergency Community Fund. Another would be partnering with Women's Shelters of Canada to deliver funding to women's shelters across the country. I offer the example of the Community Support Fund and Women's Shelter Fund to contextualize the decision to deliver the CSSG through We Charity using a contribution agreement without an open competition. There was no competition in any of these instances, as it was determined that these organizations could effectively and efficiently get funds into the hands of the people and organizations that needed them, while at the same time ensuring accountability on the part of the program deliverer. ESDC officials can provide the specifics of the accountability and oversight measures built into these contribution agreements, including audit, financial controls, monitoring, and reporting requirements. As a Minister of Employment, I'm the lead on the student employment measures, the CESB, and the changes to the Canada Student Loans and Grants Program. The Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth leads the Canada Student Service Grant, given her responsibility for the Canada Service Corps. Our respective responsibilities are very clearly laid out in our mandate letters. We both heard very clearly from young Canadians and student groups that they were facing a summer without many job prospects and the real possibility that they may not be able to afford to go back to school in the fall. They needed income support, increased student loans and grants, and jobs. They also wanted the opportunity to help out in their communities. We looked at existing programs and at how we could enhance them or leverage them. On April 22nd, the Prime Minister announced a $9 billion suite of measures for students. As ministers, we then rolled up our sleeves and set about delivering on the measures within our respective portfolios. For my part, I was focused on the student loans, employment, and benefit measures. This was a big piece of work that included new legislation and regulatory changes. I first learned that we was being recommended to deliver the CSSG on May 5th, as I was preparing for the COVID Cabinet Committee meeting that same day, where the proposal was being discussed. I understood the purpose of the CSSG to be to provide young people with meaningful opportunities to serve in their communities and to assist the nonprofit sector with some much-needed capacity. Given the speed, scope, and scale of the program, I strongly believed that we needed a third party to move it forward. And as the lead minister of ESDC, I knew just how stretched the public service was and what their workload could or couldn't handle. The organization that would deliver this program would be tasked with the screening, onboarding, training, and mentoring of young Canadians during these important summer months. They'd also track volunteer hours and distribute grants. I can confirm that the CSSG proposal was scheduled to be on the Cabinet agenda on May 8th, but was taken off. I was not involved in any discussions about why this was pulled from the agenda and the Prime Minister's request for more due diligence, as this was not my file. As you can appreciate, I cannot share the content of the May 22nd Cabinet discussions about the CSSG due to Cabinet confidentiality. But as you know, Cabinet decided to proceed with the recommendation to enter into a contribution agreement with WE to deliver the CSSG. I'll conclude by stating that the CSSG was intended to be an innovative way to provide support for students, nonprofits, and communities. And more than ever, Canada really needs bold ideas and innovative solutions. While We Charity is no longer delivering the program, we remain as committed as ever to support young people and nonprofits. I can assure every member of this committee that our government takes our ethical responsibilities seriously. We've not been perfect. I reiterate that both the Prime Minister and Finance Minister have apologized for having not recused themselves. I regret that this has taken the focus away from what we had wanted the focus to be on. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Qualtrough. We will proceed then to our first 6-minute round, and we have Mr. Barrett up first. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Minister. My first question is, if you were ever asked by anyone in the Prime Minister's office or any other official to be the minister responsible for the CSSG?
I was not.
So you mentioned your involvement on the COVID-19 cabinet committee, and that's where this program first received approval. It was on May 5th. Did you inform your deputy, your ADM, Madame Rachel Wernick, or any officials in your department about the cabinet committee decision?
I would have briefed my chief of staff, yes.
Okay. Did you inform anybody, or did your chief of staff inform anybody at the WE organization about this decision?
Definitely not.
So you said that May 5th at that committee was the first time that you learned about the CSSG. At that time, what was your understanding of whose idea this program was? Where did it come from?
Yeah, may I clarify that I said that was the first time I'd heard that we would deliver the CSSG? I just want to be very clear and honest. I knew about the CSSG before May 5th, but I did not have any idea who would be recommended to deliver it until May 5th.
Okay, and once you learned about it on May 5th, Minister, what was your understanding of where it came from? Whose idea was it?
My understanding was that the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth and her staff had been working with officials. There had been back and forth. To be honest, I had just understood it to be a recommendation of the public service that the minister was putting forward.
Okay. We heard testimony from the Clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Shugart, at the Finance Committee, that the proposal for the WE organization to be the third-party partner was recommended by ESDC. Who presented that proposal?
To Cabinet Committee, it was the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth. Sorry, want to make sure I get our titles correct.
Right. Minister, we heard testimony from Minister Chagger about an order in council. Sorry, we heard it from the Clerk of the Privy Council, was confirmed by Minister Chagger that she, by order in council in March, was able to sign as a minister for ESDC. But how is it that a nearly $1 billion program was downloaded to a Minister of State and not handled by yourself?
If you'll permit me, when we were sworn in November of 2019, and the minister was made a full Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth, we then got our mandate letters on December 13th, and she was given the responsibility to leading the development of a national youth service, including the Canada Service Corps. We then went about behind the scenes working with the ESDC and PCO in getting all the legal instruments in place to give, there's 5 of us ministers responsible for various aspects of ESDC. So for example, the OIC you're talking about for Minister Chagger was on March 6th, the OIC for Minister Hussein was on March 8th, I believe. We'd have to check that. And then we went about delegating various financial authorities within, because of the way the law is around ESDC, there's a legal one minister, but then I delegate to the other ministers. It's a legal construct, but we had been working from the beginning with our mandate letters and really staying in our lanes.
Okay, thank you. How involved were you in the development of the program since its inception?
Not at all. I was involved with my part, so the employment piece, the student loan and grants piece, and the student benefit piece. But until 2 or 3 days before the April 22nd announcement, I was not aware of all the other pieces that were going to be part of this bigger package.
Did you review any reports or briefings about due diligence that was done on any element as part of the WE organization, WE Charity Foundation, or any of their subsidiaries before supporting this company administering a $900 million program?
What I reviewed in preparation for May 5th was a recommendation that was going to Cabinet. At that point in time, it had been vetted by Public Service. And so what I am told at that point is due diligence has been done and there are no flags. So I don't want to, I believe my answer might be no to your question, but I want to make it clear what I did review.
Thank you, Minister. On May 5th, we were told that on May 5th, the Prime Minister's office redirected a call from their office to your department from the WE organization. I'm looking for details about that call. Who took the call? What was discussed? Are there notes? Is there a recording? And was WE told that they could begin charging expenses or, quote, eligible expenses for this program at that time?
I have no information, either indirect or direct, about that call.
Would you undertake to find information for this committee?
I sure can.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. The floor is Mr. Dongs for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for agreeing to testify at the committee. Before I begin my question, I just want to thank you for all the hard work you've done in the last few months. I've spoken to many constituents of Don Valley North. They want me to pass on their sincere gratitude for the work you've done and staff in your department as well. And I got a lot of nodded heads around the committee tables. Just so you know you can't only get, you can't see us, but I get a lot of nodding heads. So on the Canada Summer Jobs, which is in high demand, and I wonder if there was any discussion on why the government didn't just double down on the Canada Summer Jobs program instead of creating a new program, the CSSG, because we know certainly the demand is there and it's being delivered by many good grassroots organizations. So can you explain why the government didn't run this through the Canada Summer Jobs program?
Well, thank you very much for that question. I know a lot has been said over the past weeks about why Canada Summer Jobs just didn't do this. You know, we modernized the Canada Summer Jobs program to reflect the realities faced by COVID, and we did increase funding to increase the number of jobs from 70,000 to 80,000 jobs this year. We created thousands, tens of thousands of other jobs through other student employment programs. And I know what a successful program this is. I know businesses like it, students like it, and MPs like it. Here's how Canada Summer Jobs works. We set objectives, we assess jobs against those objectives, we fund jobs that meet those objectives, and then we post the jobs. We don't help individuals find these jobs. When ESDC wants to provide a more direct support to individuals, we always do it through a third party, using a contribution agreement. So if you think of the YES program, the Youth Employment Skills Strategy, we fund local organizations to help youth at risk get jobs and flourish in these jobs. So the CSSG was different than Canada Summer Jobs. The goal, as I said in my opening remarks, was to provide young people with meaningful opportunities and also to help with the capacity issues that nonprofits were facing. And the organization that was delivering this program would be doing a lot one-on-one with young people, screening, onboarding, training, mentoring. They were going to track volunteer hours and distribute grants. So as much as this was a capacity issue, as I said, Canada Summer Jobs just actually isn't built. And ESDC isn't in the business of doing this kind of things. I hope that makes sense.
Well, thank you, Minister. It does make sense to me. You brought up the issue about contribution agreement, and I asked the clerk of the Privy Council earlier today. I just want to know from your perspective, are contribution agreements unethical, or it's a common practice by the government to hire or to have a third party to deliver our programs?
Well, contribution agreements are extremely common. I bet you there are thousands of contribution agreements, but I think Benoit could give you an exact number. Governments for decades have been using this as a way to get money to individuals through third parties who have better ways of doing this, relationship-wise, connections to communities. We enter into a contribution agreement with an organization, and then they provide the support directly to individuals. I don't even know what else to say. It's so common. But as I said in my opening remarks, we did this for the Community Support Fund. We did this for the Women's Shelter Fund during the pandemic alone. But it really is a common tool that governments use. It's a very effective form of agreement with an organization.
You don't think contribution agreements are unethical, like some of the...
I don't at all, and I think it allows us to get closer to people on the ground.
Okay. I heard early on the Canada Student Service Grant was developed by Employment and Social Development Canada. However, this didn't fall under your oversight. Can you explain why CSSG was under the preview of another Minister Chagger?
Well, thank you. Yes, and I don't want to say what I've already said, but very quickly, our cabinet was sworn in. We got our mandate letters. Minister Chagger got the Canada Service Corps. I got youth employment, and that's how we worked from the beginning. Minister Chagger had the Canada Service Corps. I had all the other youth employment programs. Then, as I said, there was an order in council on March 6th that made Minister Chagger an ESDC minister. And, you know, in terms of the student measures, at least 5 other ministers were involved in the student measures. You know, myself, Minister Chagger, Immigration Minister, Indigenous Services Minister, ISED Minister, Minister of Finance, President of the Treasury Board. I mean, this was, as everybody has said, a really big package worth a lot of money.
So,
many of us involved.
So all these 5 ministers that has handling your department, do they report to you, or do they share with you what they're working on, or do they need your permission to go ahead to develop their programs?
Let me clarify. The 5 ministers. Oh, sorry.
Just
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Okay. Different 5 ministers, but no, we all have our lanes in the SDC.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. The floor is Mr. Fortes.
Bonjour, Madame la Ministre. Madame la Ministre,
Hello, Madam Minister. I heard from you earlier that you personally did not see a due diligence report on We Charity, but that you assumed that that had been done, that a check had been done. Is that correct?
Yes, what I said, and I'll clarify if it was unclear, that I did not see the due diligence report on We, but based on my reading of the materials that were presented at committee and then eventually at cabinet, I understood that there were no red flags with respect to due diligence.
À votre connaissance, qui a vu ce...
To your knowledge, who did see that report? Because you're not the only one. Everyone's telling us that they assume that there was that report, but no one seems to have seen it. Could you tell us more about that? Who did see the due diligence report?
It's a good question, and I would perhaps defer to Benoit. I don't know if it's actually called a due diligence report, so I don't want to create a construct that doesn't actually exist. But Benoit, can you talk about the due diligence that would have gone into the recommendation of the public service?
Madame la Ministre, est-ce que je comprends que vous étiez d'accord?
Madam Minister, if I understand correctly, you agreed that this be...
Est-ce que vous saviez à ce moment-là que ce...
On We Charity. And then at that time, were you aware that it wouldn't be We Charity contracting, but rather the We Charity Foundation?
I didn't know the difference, so I assumed the shorthand of We to be We Charity. I didn't know which subsidiary of We would actually sign the contract. No, I did not know that.
Et à votre connaissance, là, autour de la table au Conseil...
And to your knowledge, around the cabinet table, when you took the decision, did anybody know that it would be the We Charity Foundation and not We Charity?
I honestly don't know what other ministers know. I'd prefer to just tell you my knowledge, and at the time I didn't know.
Oui, je comprends. Et, mais vous n'avez eu aucune discussion.
Okay, I understand. But there was no discussion. If I understand correctly, around the table, no one was discussing the fact that there would be a new entity involved. The We Charity Foundation at the time had been incorporated for a couple of years. There was no discussion of that?
Well, as you can appreciate, I can't talk about what discussions happened at Cabinet Committee or Cabinet, but I can share my own personal knowledge was I did not come out of those meetings with that distinction in mind.
À votre connaissance, Madame la Ministre, est-ce qu'il est fréquent que le gouvernement...
To your knowledge, Madam Minister, Does the Government of Canada often give $43.5 million for a $900 million grant program to an organization that has no assets and that's only been around for a couple of years? Is that something you see frequently?
But I would say that we were aware of We Charity's track record, and that is the track record upon which certainly I based my comfort with proceeding with We for this contribution agreement.
OK, je comprends que vous êtes fondé dans votre décision.
So if I understand correctly, you based your decision on your knowledge of We Charity, but at the time, you did not know that instead of We Charity, there would be another legal entity called the We Charity Foundation. You weren't aware of that.
Exactement.
Et si vous aviez à prendre la...
Exactly. And if today you had to take the same decision and you were told that it would be the We Charity Foundation, would you have questions about why it was the We Charity Foundation and whether due diligence had been carried out and whether the organization had assets? Would those be questions you would have today?
You know, I'd prefer not to speculate because I would hope that we would also have discussions around mitigation and other factors that might go into answering our questions. But at this point, I can't turn back the clock and I'd prefer not to speculate.
OK. Est-ce que vous étiez au courant des conflits d'intérêts?
Were you aware of the conflicts of interests that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance had regarding We Charity when you took the decision?
As I said in my remarks, I did not know about the Finance Minister's connections to We, and what I knew about the Prime Minister and his wife's connections was about their public appearances, had no knowledge of their familial ties or of any monies or expenses that were being paid for.
Étiez-vous le 8 mai lors de la...
On the 8th of May, at the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister decided to withdraw that issue from the agenda because he wasn't comfortable with the decision. He has told us that he felt that he was in a conflict of interest. Do you recall any discussion around the table on that specific point? The point that the minister was putting off the decision until later because he felt that he was in a conflict of interest.
Again, I can't talk about what was discussed at the meeting, but I can confirm that it was pulled from the agenda before we even got to the meeting. So it wasn't on the agenda at the meeting.
So, et vous ne saviez pas pourquoi ça...
And you didn't know why it had been withdrawn from the agenda?
I had no specific knowledge of why it was pulled from the agenda, but it didn't seem at all unusual for me that it was, because so many things were happening so quickly and everything was so fluid at the time.
Okay. Vous nous avez dit, Madame la Ministre, que la fonction...
Madam Minister, you told us that the public service couldn't implement the student service grant program. The president of one of the public service unions appeared at the finance committee and said that it would have been possible, and if the public service had implemented it, everything would have gone well and the program would be running. What do you have to say on that? Do you agree with that, or do you think it's a mistake?
Respectfully, I'd like to characterize it as neither. I didn't hear his testimony, but I stand by my personal assessment that the public service was stretched, and I don't think could have delivered the kind of hands-on experiences that we wanted students to have in any event. My opinion on that hasn't changed, but I respectfully, I respect his opinion on this.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Angus, the floor is yours for 6 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Minister. I wish you were here with us, but we hope you're safe wherever you are and you're having a good summer. I'm the transformation when this program came out to me is very problematic because I remember the Prime Minister's announcement on April 8th, and it was about the crisis facing university students, which we heard about, the need for jobs. This is something you were very engaged with. April 22nd, he makes the announcement of this Canada Service Grant that's about volunteerism and is very dramatically different. What happened in that period between April 8th and April 22nd where we saw such a clear shift in the direction in terms of addressing the crisis facing university students?
Well, thank you. I remember April 8th well, as it was announced the day we announced our Canada Summer Jobs flexibilities and just what we were going to do to change the program to respond to the pandemic. But we knew, and I even foreshadowed, that we had to do more. And, you know, I spoke with student groups. I spoke with a lot of young people, student organizations. We all heard that it wasn't just about more jobs. It was about income support. It was about opportunities to give back to their communities and what we were going to do in the fall around Canada student loans and student grants. And so literally we all dug in. And it wasn't just myself and the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth. It was all of us. It was Minister Miller looking at how we could help Indigenous students, and Minister Baines looking at how we can help postdoctoral fellows. Really, we all just dug in and came up with a really big package.
Well, I get that, and exactly what we were hearing. I felt at that point every parliamentarian across the political spectrum was on the same page, and this project has thrown us off that. But you were hearing about the need for income support. You were hearing about student loans, and yet we have this program that is paying university students less than the minimum wage. So who made that decision? Because the Kielburger brothers said it came from the government. So that would have come from ESDC. That's your department. Why, in the midst of this pandemic, did we suddenly end up with a program that was going to say, go work for 1,000 hours and you'll get $10 an hour, work for 700 hours and you get nothing?
Yeah, I can see your perspective, Mr. Angus, but I guess what I would say is we all, within our portfolios, dug in and figured out what we can do. And as much as we did create tens of thousands of jobs, over 100,000 jobs, we knew that there weren't going to be enough jobs for students. And so the Prime Minister has always had a passion for creating a culture of service in Canada. The Minister of Youth Diversity and Inclusion has within her mandate to create some kind of service corps, national service opportunity. And so young people were also saying, well, if I can't find a job, I don't want to sit around at home. I'd like to have some kind of income support and maybe volunteer. Yeah. It just kind of became part of the package. At least that's how I lived it.
I get that.
How I lived it was all hands on deck.
I have enormous respect for your work here. I guess my question is that in the middle of an unprecedented pandemic, did we really need to follow up with the Prime Minister's passion of volunteerism? That was not what we were hearing from anybody. So I want to just ask you about due diligence, because the Canada Summer Jobs, we went through organization after organization, had to fulfill numerous forms for your official to ensure safety. And yet we learned that the Kielburgers were offering $25,000 to summer camps if they would get 75 volunteers signed up. I don't know how that would be possible in the middle of a pandemic. Did you do due diligence on this? Did you say, well, this is not how we do it with Canada Summer Jobs? This payout to sign up camp counselors in the middle of a pandemic? Who signed off on that?
I personally was not involved in that level of detail. Again, I wasn't the file lead on this. I don't know the context, and certainly wasn't party to those discussions. I have really nothing to offer in response to that.
Well, because I think we've been told again and again that our civil service couldn't do the job, but the civil service under you would have asked questions. What do you mean you're going to be paying camps to sign up camp counselors in the middle of a pandemic? So the $12,000 per teacher that was being offered. I'm a former school board trustee. If you're telling teachers to reach out to students and you'll pay them cash, that violates multiple codes. I can't see the civil service signing off on that, and yet this was part of the Kielburger deal. So who signed off on this? Like, who did the due diligence on this? Because we're talking about legal questions.
Absolutely. Again, I wasn't, involved at that level of detail. The details you've just referred to weren't part of certainly weren't within the level of detail that I saw on May 5th. I want to get my days right. Certainly, there are mechanisms within the public service, though, to follow up on that kind of thing, and that's what's built in the contribution agreements. But again, out of my lane, and I apologize. Too hard for me to speculate with any kind of helpful way.
Well, I appreciate that. I think if it had been in your lane, those questions would have been asked because to me, these are really fundamentals, and this is the problem, that we had serious red flags. So, I go to this contribution agreement that I just want to say, everybody felt comfortable with because you guys got invited to a lot of their events. I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but they created a comfort level in WE. But we look at their contribution agreements, we're looking at a $40,000 deal, a $24,990 deal, a $17,050 deal with the government, a $13,000. There's a couple, maybe there's one that goes up to $3 million, but most of these are really peanuts. But the government was more than comfortable with the Kielburgers because you guys all spoke at their events. They called up the ministers. They weren't even registered to lobby. My final question is, you do due diligence on your file. Don't you feel that if we had done more due diligence, we wouldn't be in this debacle right now?
Thank you. I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Poilievre for 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
On what date did Minister Chagger get the Order in Council powers to sign contribution agreements on behalf of your department?
The Order in Council is dated March 6th.
Thank you. I find it astonishing that you didn't know anything about the details of a $1 billion program in your department until you got to the cabinet meeting where that proposal was presented. I was minister in your department back in 2015, and I can tell you if a $1 billion program in my department were going to cabinet, I would have known about it before getting there. So just to confirm, you knew nothing about the decision to give this program to WE until it actually got to cabinet. Is that what you're telling us?
I knew about the parameters of the program as I've testified. I did not know who was being recommended to deliver the program till I was briefed on May 5th.
That's an astonishing admission that you would have. I think it's a political malpractice that the minister responsible for the department wouldn't know about a $1 billion program her department was administering. At the May 5th meeting, a cabinet meeting, was there anyone from the Prime Minister's office present?
I cannot recall.
All right. When the contribution agreement to flow $500 million through WE was signed, did you see that agreement before it was signed by Ms. Chagger?
Mr. Poilievre, I don't see the contribution agreements in front of any of the other ministers to whom I've delegated that level of authority. It'd be the same as I don't see contribution agreements within Minister Blair's department either. Well, they're full ministers with their own lines of responsibilities.
Right. The difference is that Minister Blair has a different department. This was your department. Your department's letterhead was on this agreement. And again, astonishing that the minister responsible for that department would not be up to date on a contribution agreement of this magnitude. We're not talking about a small $25,000 grant. We're talking about $500 million. And really, you got to ask yourself who's running the show in this government if the ministers responsible for a department don't even see the details of such proposals before the money goes out the door. You listed the things that this Canada Student Service Grant was supposed to do. Track hours of youth, train youth, and so-called onboard them to organizations. The Canada Summer Jobs Program actually does all of those things. It delegates them through charities, small businesses, and other groups. Can you name even one thing that the Canada Summer Jobs Program could not do that the WE brothers could?
Well, first of all, Canada Summer Jobs does not help individuals get the jobs like the CSSG was going to do for students, whether it be help prepare resumes, help with training, help getting ready for the interview, be a mentor. The other thing that was very real in the nonprofit sector at this time was lack of capacity. They were saying, even if I could get 5 people, I don't have time to onboard them, to train them, to oversee them meaningfully. So this was what the delivering organization was going to do for nonprofits, for capacity in that sector. It was much more hands-on than anything done with the Canada Summer Jobs.
Well, that's just false, because the nonprofits that deliver the Canada Summer Jobs program across the country do all of those things every single year. They hire young people, they train them how to do their jobs, they tell them the hours they're supposed to work, they track those hours, they file reports with all of that information. So everything you've just listed is done by not-for-profits through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. The only difference is that it has a real word, jobs, rather than a fake oxymoronic term, paid volunteer. So really, you haven't given us a single reason why the program that already exists could not have delivered what you were trying to accomplish, supposedly trying to accomplish, with the Canada Student Service Grant.
I believe that I have, in addition to the, stretch capacity within the public service itself. I respectfully disagree that these programs weren't significantly different, but respect that you don't see it that way, and I don't know what more I can add.
Well, your claims so far are not credible. The idea that the Wee Brothers and their foundation was going to teach and train a young person in Red Deer how to do work at a soup kitchen or a homeless shelter from afar, over by email or by Skype or something, is simply not credible. Of course, that training would have happened by the local organization itself, just as it does with the Canada Summer Jobs Program.
Thank you.
So what would we have done that these organizations could not have done for themselves?
Thank you.
That was my...
The floor is Madame Brière and Ms. Zahid. I understand you're sharing your time. You have 5 minutes.
Merci, Madame Chair. Bonjour, Madame la Ministre. Merci d'être...
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for being here this afternoon. After looking at your CV, one cannot but be impressed. You worked as a human rights lawyer. You were a Paralympic athlete. And more relatedly to this committee, you were on the board of the Canadian Council for Sports Ethics. Madam Minister, could you tell us what your decision-making process is? What is the importance you grant to ethics when you take decisions?
Merci pour la question. I take my responsibilities very seriously, both as an MP and as a cabinet minister. I have sat on the board of the Canadian Centre for Ethics in Sport, and in fact, I taught an ethics course at Algonquin College in Ottawa. I'm aware of my reporting obligations. I'm aware of the Conflict of Interest Act and Conflict of Interest Code, and I hold myself up to high standards, and quite frankly, my team around me to very high standards. My team and I, we consider whether my involvement in a file or a decision would be a real or perceived conflict of interest. For me personally, that means, it actually protects or kind of insulates my own personal integrity, but it also insulates the process that leads to these decisions. I'm up to date on my reporting obligations. I just can reiterate that, we all come into these jobs with a history. We have met a lot of people. We know a lot of people. We've had past affiliations and relationships and friendships. And I've worked with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner on a proactive basis when I've had questions or wanted to be sure of a particular circumstance to make sure there was nothing that was even, remotely perceived as a conflict. So I've actually dug in because of my personal interest in ethics on my own personal approach to this in this job.
Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Minister, for joining us today. And on behalf of all the constituents of Scarborough Centre, I want to thank you for all the work which you have done in trying to help Canadians navigate through this pandemic. I know, and you have also mentioned that you have appeared at a We charity event. Obviously, you are not the only politician or any public figure to appear at such an event. So can you please talk us through about why you appeared at that event and why you decided that? Were you paid? And did the We charity cover your expenses? So if you can please explain that.
Thank you. So as I said, I participated in one We Day event. It was in Vancouver in November of 2016, and I actually brought my 2 daughters with me. We were there for about an hour and a half. I didn't get paid. I claimed no expenses. To be honest, these jobs are really hard. and they're hard on our families. They take us away from our families. You know, when I first got elected, my younger kids were 2 and 5. And so, you know, my husband and I really wanted to do this job as a family and really show my kids why I was away so much. So when I got an opportunity to speak at WE, I brought my 2 daughters with me to show them what I was doing. It was also really important for me to speak at the WE Day event, to speak about inclusion. And this was an opportunity to talk to thousands of young kids, I guess, people on how they can choose to include. And, you know, I wasn't included as a kid with a disability. And I've seen other MPs be so impactful, on that stage. You know, Mike Lake, he went on WE and he brought Jordan with him and they talked about autism and it was so impactful. And, you know, I have such respect for Mike for doing that and sharing their story because it makes it easier for other families. So to be honest, and maybe overzealously, was super keen to do it and to share it with my family like I'd seen others do it.
I want to bring it on record that volunteering is really very important. And during this pandemic, why it is important for our young people to volunteer. And I am proud of thousands of volunteers, young volunteers especially, who stepped up during this pandemic and were there to help Canadians. I'm proud of the work which young volunteers have done at the food banks in my riding. I myself went to volunteer at the Rogers Centre to pack boxes, and I took my 22-year-old son with me. So I think it is important that we provide opportunities to our young people that they can volunteer and make a difference in their communities.
Thank you, Mrs. Saeed. The floor goes to Mr. Poilievre for another 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Robidoux, Ms. Wernick says that you were the one that first gave her the WE proposal. Do you remember that?
Mr. Chair, I didn't get the second part of the question, so could you repeat, please, Mr. Poilievre?
Yes. Miss Wernick said that you were the one that first directed her to her work with respect to what became the WE proposal. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall pretty well early April to have asked her to come along. I was overseeing the student package for what was related to ESDC, pure ESDC under Minister Qualtrough leadership. So I asked her to come to support me as I was a DM that was asked to be leading the package.
Thank you. And you gave the WE proposal from WE to Michelle Kovacevic, did you not?
The package was given to me by Rachel with as an attachment to another proposal we had before the announcement about after the 15th of April, and I did send that proposal to Michelle. That was given directly to me by Rachel.
So Rachel gave you the WE proposal, and you gave it.
She gave me a proposal to which is from ESDC, to which was attached the WE proposal on social entrepreneurship that was discussed many times up to now, and I shared that with Michelle Kovacevic at Finance.
When was the first time you heard that WE might be the appropriate organization to deliver the Canada Student Service Grant?
Well, I was not involved in this. The first time that we all hear at the ESDC about the new name of the program was at the announcement.
No, sorry, not the new name of the program. Sorry, we have to wait a lot of time here. That WE would be could deliver the program. When did you first hear that?
I never heard that. We talk about WE as a potential to supplement some of the proposal we had, but never.
When did you first hear that? Sorry, same question again. When did you first hear that the word WE or WE Charity as a potential delivery body? When?
The first time was, in fact, I didn't hear it. It was in an email from Rachel around the 16th of April about something we could use WE for social media to make sure that whatever we were doing for the proposal at that point would be
16th of April.
Better,
Thank you. So 16th. Did you ever hear anyone else other than Rachel Wernick talk about WE before WE was publicly announced as the delivery body?
The first time I heard WE in the discussion of the youth package was in that email.
Yeah, c'était pas ma question. Ma question c'était avez-vous?
That wasn't my question. My question was whether you heard other people suggest that we could deliver the program before the 16th of April or after, before the announcement of the contribution agreement. Before the announcement, I was involved on the file on the margins until the announcement of the Prime Minister on the 1st of April. Until that time, we was in the discussion that we were having with the Department of Finance and that I was having with Rachel. But, how to say, it was just one of the organizations being discussed. It wasn't like the announcement made on the 22nd of April. The Finance Department mentioned that. Who in the Department of Finance suggested we exactly? I can't answer that question. I don't recall. So you recall that it was someone in the Department of Finance, but you don't recall whom? I recall that Michel, in his statement, said that someone spoke to we from the Department of Finance, but I don't recall either who or what date that was. So according to you, giving that contribution to we was the Department of Finance's idea? That's not what I said. I just said that we was mentioned in the discussions. It was just a mysterious voice from nowhere. We was one of the discussions that was discussed in a proposal that was quite different from the ultimate proposal that was made. There was a discussion. The clerk appeared earlier and spoke of an organic development, and I think that's appropriate when it comes to the development of this proposal.
Thank you. The floor goes to Madam Shanahan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to revisit some of the earlier testimony. Minister, you were talking about the process at looking at proposals and the due diligence process, and you wanted to give the opportunity to Mr. Robidoux to address that. Minister, do you have anything to add to that, or can we go just to your deputy?
No, absolutely. I will, hopefully Benoit can provide more detail on what's in a contribution agreement specifically in terms, particularly around due diligence.
I could do that, Minister. So, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. So, in terms of the bulk of the due diligence about the organization and their capacity to deliver, and all the details that was discussed up to now are done within the contribution agreement. As others have testified today, it takes time to do that because of that. And so as a result, we have a special team at ESDC that basically only do grants and contribution agreements to a large extent and are expert into that. And they are supported by the CFO and by the legal team to make sure that Canadians get value for their money. So it covers accountability oversight measure I built into these agreements, audit, financial control, monitoring, reporting requirements. So we basically, as soon as a program gets a clear go with objective and outcome that are looked for in terms of the program, that team take with the policy team a lot of time with, in that case, the WE charity organization to develop that agreement. And so all the control are in that agreement. In terms of the control before that, it's mainly a control. It's not really the same type of control. There's no report before that. That could be the report you could go to when the document I released to see the back and forth on these controls. Before that, it's more a control about on the policy side to know if the organization could indeed deliver a program like the one that was announced on April 22nd. So are they able, do they have the capacity? And it's high-level check. And I have to say that I was not involved in that, but the WE organization is one of the largest in Canada dealing and working with non-for-profit, working with youth. So not very surprising to me that they were involved there. And it's why we had them discussed too in preliminary edition I was involved with.
Thank you for that, because I think there was some concern around the table about red flags and about due diligence, and it's reassuring to know that those processes are in place in spite of there being a pandemic going on and people not able to work closely together. Certainly restrictions, people having to work from home in all kinds of conditions, and we would expect no less from our public service. And I'm sure all the members here will agree with me on that. Minister, you said that you offer no excuse or justification for the Prime Minister or Finance Minister with respect to not recusing themselves from the decision to have We Charity deliver the program. And I respect that. You've helped us to understand that things were moving at blistering speeds at the height of the pandemic. Decisions were being made as quickly as possible to help as many Canadians as possible. And I'd like to remind the members around the table, that's what was happening and is still continuing to happen. But given that, I ask, do you accept their apologies? And particularly given your track record of ethical standards, can you tell us why?
Well, thank you for the comments. And I guess I would say, yeah, it was a pandemic and things were crazy and we were going at breakneck speed, but we should have not dropped the ball on this. It's an unfortunate situation. I don't think in any way it takes away from the other really important and I would say fantastic work we've done for students and for Canadians writ large. But, you know, they should have recused themselves and they've apologized for not doing so. And I accept that apology and believe we've learned from this and really hope we soon get back to our focus on delivering for Canadians. Not to say that that's ever stopped, by the way. We've always we've moved full steam ahead, even as this has gone on. But it's been important for us to take responsibility for this. As I said, the ball was dropped, and we need to move on.
Minister, thank you so much for your time today. We very much appreciate you coming and being with us and answering our questions. And we hope that you have a good rest of your day. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care, everyone, and be safe.
Thank you. I'm going to suspend for 5 minutes, 5 minutes, and we'll switch over to our next witness, Miss Mary Dawson. Ms. Dawson, it is so nice to see you. And we are just so thankful for your patience. Yesterday, for I think close to 45 minutes, you waited during the 45 minutes during committee time, and then for a half hour before that. So you gave us a good chunk of time yesterday, and we certainly are very thankful for your patience. And then also subsequently for your willingness to come back today. So Ms. Dawson, thank you so much. We certainly owe you a debt of gratitude. Ms. Dawson, as you know, on July 22nd, this committee passed a motion that pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, the committee reviewed the safeguards which are in place to avoid and prevent conflicts of interest in federal government procurement, contracting, grant contribution, and other expenditure policies. Ms. Dawson, you've come here today at our request to speak to this motion, of course, with your expertise concerning ethics, as you did formerly serve as the Ethics Commissioner. Now, we are going to give you 10 minutes for opening remarks, and from there, we're going to give members around this table the opportunity to ask their questions. Ms. Dawson, I will do my best to be polite, but there may be times when I need to interrupt in order to bring a question round to end, in order to respect time and make sure that each member has an opportunity to ask their questions today. Ms. Dawson, without further ado, I will turn the floor over to you. You have 10 minutes for opening remarks.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know that it'll take 10 minutes, but I have put a few comments together. Thank you for your invitation to appear before your committee. I have great respect for the institution of Parliament in its various aspects, so I have accepted your invitation, and I hope that I can be of assistance in responding to your questions. I was the first commissioner appointed under the Conflict of Interest Act when it came into force in July 2007. I held that position for 10.5 years. and I've now been retired for 2.5 years. Doesn't seem that long. The Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner administers both the Conflict of Interest Act and the Members Code. These two instruments are quite similar, but differ in some of their detailed provisions. I believe the focus today will be on the Act. The public office holders covered by the Act include ministers and parliamentary secretaries, both of whom are also covered by the Members Code, as well as ministerial staff and advisors and deputy ministers. The Act also applies to most governor and council appointees, with a few exceptions such as officers and staff of the Senate, House of Commons, and Library of Parliament, and judges. The main activities of the Conflict of Interest Office include giving advice, providing outreach and education, receiving information from public office holders, some of which is made public, and carrying out examinations in relation to alleged contraventions of the Act. I felt, as Commissioner, that the most important activity of the office was assisting public office holders in avoiding contraventions through its advisory and educational role. Those public office holders who are full-time or else who are on an annual salary, and in the Act, these people are referred to as reporting public office holders, are required to provide the Commissioner with personal information at specified times throughout their tenure. When they are appointed, they must, for example, report their assets, liabilities, previous income, previous employment, and they must update this information annually. A summary of this information is reported publicly. Every new reporting public office holder is assigned a member of the staff of the office as an advisor to meet with and discuss their disclosures and work through any potential conflict of interest issues. This initial advisor normally remains a contact point for advice on any matter of concern or any other information relating to the conflict of interest regime. Together, they may need to work out appropriate measures to ensure compliance with the Act. This could include compliance measures such as conflict of interest screens, or dealing with divestment of certain controlled assets, such as publicly traded securities that could be affected by government decisions. The other important activity of the office is carrying out investigations of possible contraventions of the Act. When an investigation is formally launched, it's called an examination. There's a lot of confusion in the use of those two terms in the media, I have found. An examination may result from a formal complaint made by a member of Parliament or by a senator if he or she identifies the relevant rule or rules in the Act and has set out the reasonable grounds to believe there's been a contravention. Or the Commissioner may self-initiate an examination if he or she has reason to believe that there's been a contravention of the Act. Examinations are carried out in private. A court reporter takes notes of all the proceedings. The Commissioner has the power of a court to summon witnesses and to order production of documents. So I hope this brief overview of the activities of the Conflict of Interest Act while I was a Commissioner was of some assistance. I will make one final observation relating to the provision that describes when a conflict of interest can occur. Section 4 reads as follows, which is the conflict of interest section. For the purposes of this Act, a public office holder is in a conflict of interest when he or she exercises an official power, duty, or function, and I underline that provides an opportunity to further his or her private interests or those of his or her relatives or friends, or to improperly further another person's private interests. Now, looking at that definition, a conflict of interest occurs if the exercise of a power, duty, or function merely provides an opportunity to further a private interest. It's not necessary that the opportunity be acted upon so as to actually attempt to further a private interest, or that private interests actually be furthered. Nor would any intent to further a private interest be required to meet this definition. Many, but not all, of the more important compliance rules in the Act are built around the concept of conflict of interest, and the description of that concept will be relevant in determining whether any of those substantive rules have been contravened. So the meat and potatoes of the actual contravention are contained elsewhere. One final comment. It may be that this committee will wish to consider potential amendments to the Conflict of Interest Act once it has completed its proceedings. The one mandatory review of the Act that was required under the Act, and there was only one required, took place in 2013-14, but no amendments resulted from that review. In case it would be of interest, I do refer you to the submission dated January 30th, 2013 that I made to this very standing committee in connection with that review. That submission included 75 suggestions for improvements that I thought might be considered for amendment to the Act. Some were editorial, but others were more substantial. I summarized a few of my key suggestions in my final annual report as Commissioner for 2016-17 that was published in June 2017. There was one other suggestion, at least, that I have made that was not included in those submissions, and that is the exception for friends that's found in the gift provisions, Section 11. I do not believe it should be left in Section 11 as an absolute exception, because the words of Section 11 do the trick in any event, I believe. And so I think the exception for friends should be removed from that section. However, having mentioned this many 75 suggestions for amendments, I should add that the Act, I think, is generally pretty good. And while I was Commissioner, I received a number, just by way of example, a number of delegations from various countries, all of whom were trying to learn from our Act and from how we administered our regime. And we're looking for advice for amendments to their own legislation, or in fact, new legislation in some cases. So thank you for your attention, and I hope I can answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dawson. With that, we'll proceed to our first round of questions. It is a 6-minute round. Mr. Barrett, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Dawson, for appearing yesterday and again today. Appreciate.
Well,
that.
I was invisible.
That's right.
Invisible yesterday.
Well, we're happy that that you're with us today. Just want to pick up on two of your comments. One is with respect to improvements needed under the Act. Do you think that there should be tougher penalties for contraventions of the Act or repeat contraventions of the Act? And if so, what?
I'm not an advocate of extra penalties. As you know, undoubtedly, there are some penalties in the Act, but they're small ones, and they're only directed at failures to meet. They're called administrative monetary penalties, and they're directed towards failures to meet deadlines, basically to get mandatory information in. And those have been used frequently. But aside from that, I mean, one has to bear in mind this is not a criminal piece of legislation. It's an ethical act. Although it's interesting, you know, the word ethics is only used in its title. It's not used anywhere in other parts of the Act. It's not its title. The title of the commissioner actually is the only place that word is used. In any event, it's a civil level of proof that goes on under this Act, reasonable probability, not the criminal level, beyond a reasonable doubt. And there are also lots of provisions in the criminal sphere, such as bribery or fraud or whatever, that would apply potentially in a similar situation. In fact, there's a responsibility to, if one appeals there has been actually a criminal offense, as commissioner, one is required to pass it on to the criminal principal people who look after criminal matters. So, and one must discontinue an investigation if one has been begun. So basically, that's my justification for thinking I'm not too concerned about penalties.
Okay. What's your view of the word friend under the Act?
Well, it's not defined. It's not an easy, one of my earlier decisions related to a person that felt he was, that would have been found to have contravened if he had been found to be a friend of a particular person. And I found that he was just a name dropper, basically, and that the guy wasn't a friend, so he was exonerated. But by the same token, as you may have seen in the Trudeau 1 report, I had to deal with that issue. And I think it's not an easily defined term, and it's a term that can create some embarrassment. If somebody says he's your friend, and then you determine that he's not a friend, but so I always say for the purposes of the Act. It's basically, I did provide a definition in that initial case. I don't have it in front of me, but it's somebody with a close relationship, perhaps having met in a place in a person's home for dinner, someone with a more than just a passing acquaintance. And as I say, there's a very good definition of that, and I should have thought to pull it out, but I haven't got it in front of me.
No, that's quite all right. Thank you. And I'm familiar with your finding in the Trudeau 1 report. And with respect to the interplay of the Prime Minister's relationship and that of the Aga Khan, and where he was ultimately found to have contravened the Act for the first of two times. I understand in Section 9 of the Act on furthering private interests, for example, there's a difference in how friends and relative strangers are treated. Is that correct?
Sorry.
In Section 9 of the Act on furthering private interests. I'm just looking to highlight the difference between how friends and strangers.
Sorry. So your question is what?
Is the difference between friends and strangers?
Yeah, Section 9 and 6 both have that. You mean, friends are the only ones relatives mentioned there. Relatives, friends, or improperly furthering another person. Is it the improperly you're wondering about? Or, I mean, that's the issue. You have to determine whether somebody is what we would consider a friend. And as I say, many, many other commissioners have used across the country have used that definition that was in that decision.
Right.
Was the but I'm not sure what you're looking for me to say.
And so I guess I've got just about 1 minute left. So I'd say that in the case that you referenced in the Trudeau Report 1, invoking friendship was the defense to justify Mr. Trudeau's family receiving a luxury vacation as a gift, because gifts from friends are treated more permissively under the Act. That's what I'm looking for your confirmation of.
Yeah, and I was making reference to basically in that context to Section 11. Section 11, the gift provision, is the one that was involved in the Trudeau case, the Trudeau 1 case. And I mean, I went through quite a bit of investigation to determine just how frequently they had seen each other over the 30-year period and that sort of thing. But it's a matter of determining whether they're a true friend.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. The floor is Madam Shanahan's for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Dawson, for appearing with us today and bearing with us, and for your past service. So that's very helpful to this committee and the considerations that we have before us.
Oh, I'm not hearing. For some reason, I'm not hearing this. I have somebody knocking at my door. I guess I'll just leave them. Yeah. Anyway, there's nothing I can do. They'll either come in or go away.
Oh, okay. Knocking on the door.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on out there, but what can I do?
Excellent. Yes. Oh, we're delving into some mysteries now. So, Ms. Dawson, I just want to take a moment to talk about process. We have you here today. We're studying this matter that's before us, but at the same time, the current ethics commissioner has just begun looking into this same matter. What is your take on these two processes taking place at the same time? Is this helpful to or unhelpful to the current ethics commissioner to see the committee here doing this kind of investigation?
I don't think it's unhelpful in the sense that, the current commissioner has got the job of trying to get underneath the facts of this case and figure out what's going on. So anything you unearth, I suppose, will be helpful. I don't know, it's early in the game to figure out where the decisions are going to come down. But it's a matter of digging out the information.
All right, thank you. We had with us yesterday Mr. Conacher, and I don't think it'll be a surprise to you that he's no fan of yours, Ms. Dawson. In May of 2013, in response to your refusal to investigate former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, he referred to you, and this is not the kind of language that I use, but this is what he said, that you were the lapdog Federal Ethics Commissioner. And he also made a comment that you had let off dozens of Conservative MPs off the hook for clear ethics violations. How do you react to those statements? And with that kind of public discourse, how is that helpful to the work of? Well, I'd like to get your reaction on this kind of public discourse.
Sorry, point of order, Madam Chair.
Well,
so
it
will be Madam Shanahan
who's Ms. Dawson, just one moment here.
Sorry, just
Mr.
as
Angus.
a point of order, Madam Shanahan will go on record as having put these baseless accusations against Ms. Dawson.
I'm sorry. Can I respond? Because
Mr. Angus,
this is cutting out.
Oh.
My speaker is cutting out, but anyway.
Ms. Dawson, can you hear me right now?
I can hear you now. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, perfect. It probably is cutting out because we have a few members speaking to one another across the floor rather than through the chair. Mm-hmm. So if they would speak through the chair, I think we could avoid that problem.
Okay.
So what I would ask for the record is, Ms. Shanahan, are you directly quoting Mr. Conacher from yesterday?
No, this is from a statement in May 2013.
From Mr. Conacher?
From Mr. Conacher.
Thank you.
And I'm asking in relation to investigations that, and you clearly spoke to examinations that may or may not have been happening at the same time. And I just want to get your reaction, Ms. Dawson. How does this affect the work of the Ethics Commissioner?
Well, look, I obviously don't agree with some of Mr. Conacher's comments. I found a number of people to have contravened the Act. I do believe in applying the law as it's read, as it's written, and not making up aspects of the law. I can point out that Mr. Conacher took me on a number of occasions to the courts on a judicial review and was never successful. And it was just a whole series of judicial review. There are different people that approach legislation in different ways. Some people go beyond the mandate. I try to read the law as it reads. And but you know what? By the same token, I've seen Mr. Conacher make sensible suggestions on a number of occasions and actually say some sensible things. So I don't agree with everything he says, but he's not an idiot.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. And so I just want to, and you did refer to it in your earlier statement, does the Ethics Commissioner has the power, the full power of a court to call witnesses and documents? Does the Ethics Commissioner need our help in conducting his or her investigations?
No, I don't think so. But it doesn't hurt. All the Ethics Commissioner can do is take account of what's on the public record and go from there.
So do I have time, Chair? Yes. Okay. So one thing that Mr. Conacher did say yesterday was he, in response to a question, that the partisan public discourse around any ethics investigation is not helpful. How would you respond to that?
The public discourse around it, did you say?
Partisan. The partisan.
Partisan. Oh, the
discourse.
Partisan. Oh, geez.
You alluded to misunderstandings in the media and so on.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, opposition parties will say nasty things about the current government and vice versa. And some of the things that are said are exaggerated. I actually proposed and acted on a proposal to amend the members' code. It's not in the act, but a member is not allowed to make false statements about there's a little provision in there. I've forgotten exactly how it reads now, but that was a problem where people would sort of stand up and just make baseless allegations or you know, but it doesn't happen all the time. And I mean, it's obviously whichever party you're in, you're looking to find the foibles of the other party, and that's politics. But it shouldn't go too far.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. I'm going to move over to Mr. Forte for 6 minutes, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci, Madame Dawson, d'être.
Thank you very much for being here, Ms. Dawson. On the issue of the definition of a conflict of interest, you were discussing that earlier. Would it not be accurate to say that a conflict of interest is an intrinsic matter that ultimately belongs to the individual in question? From the moment when one asks oneself, am I in a conflict of interest because there are diverging interests involved, and I'm concerned about that, does that not automatically mean that you are in a conflict of interest? Even if one hasn't committed any kind of transgression, doesn't the situation of being in a conflict of interest occur as soon as you're wondering whether you favor the interests of someone or someone else?
Oh.
Yes, but that's only the definition of a conflict of interest, and that's not an offense. That's not a contravention section. It's just a definition. And what I was saying is you have to look at the definition, and for example, it's of relevance to the recusal provision, because if you feel that you're in a conflict of interest, but you have to also look at for example, Section 6 is probably the most obvious one. You can't then participate in making a decision if you have one of these conflict of interest situations. But what I was saying, yeah.
Donc, à partir du moment où on se pose.
So from the very moment where you're wondering, where there's a doubt in one's mind, there's already a conflict of interest. You're not contravening the act, but if despite that concern, one then participates in a debate or a decision, is that the point when a transgression has occurred? Is that correct?
No, you have to look at a substantive provision in the Act. Section 4 is not a substantive provision, it's a definitional provision. So it's unfortunately, I've always advocated it. In fact, that's one of my 75 recommendations, is that you go in the definition section, because it's confusing to people. They think it's a substantive rule, and it isn't.
Okay. Mais, bon, à partir du moment où
Very well. But from the moment where there are interests, look at this, a concrete example. My mother received $250,000 from an entity. My brother has received sums of money. So has my wife, and was the ambassador. If you're asking yourself those kinds of questions, when there are all these kinds of interests in one's mind, and then you're wondering what really favors the interests of Canada, is that not a conflict of interest situation and means that one should abstain in participating in the decision?
À votre avis?
Yes, but you have to look at Section 11, which is the gift section. That would cover, assuming that this act applied to these people. You look at 11, and that's the one you would interpret.
Okay.
Except that it doesn't. That's the one section that doesn't use conflict of interest as the base. Interestingly enough,
okay.
Anyway.
Merci.
We're getting into semantic. Yeah. Okay.
Madame Dawson, j'aurais une autre question.
I have another question. When someone who is in a conflict of interest, when this person should act as an example for the person with whom this person works, for example, the Prime Minister around the cabinet table. He's the leader of cabinet. He's the one who should be inspiring the other ministers. Does he not have an even higher threshold when it comes to conflicts of interests than any other member of the meeting?
Well, in his role, perhaps he has a symbolic, or whatever the expression would be, role. But the fact of the matter is the Act applies equally to everybody, from the Prime Minister to the lowest official that's covered by the Act. And the rules are the same for all.
For all. Et si on est en situation d'urgence, Madame Dawson?
And if one is in an emergency situation, which means one has to make unusual decisions and give a $43.5 million contract to an organization that's going to manage a program of up to $900 million, and there's not time for a bid for tender, and so the contract goes ahead, does not one have even more of a responsibility to have due diligence?
Yes, if there's time, this is the problem here. But I point out Section 19 of the Act. Section 19 says compliance with this Act is a condition of a person's appointment or employment as a public office holder. That should have a bearing on what happens to the person that may have been found to have contravened the Act. But it was not the Ethics Commissioner that will have that bearing. It will be the place where he works, or the way he's appointed, the way he's elected, the way he's hired. So what I'm saying is the contraventions are there in the Act written as they are. And if there's mitigating circumstances, you would note in the decision that, yes, they contravened the Act. Perhaps it's understandable why. But the fact of the matter is that doesn't affect whether they contravened the Act or not.
Madame Dawson, on sait que...
Ms. Dawson, we know that the Ethics Commissioner is currently investigating the Prime Minister for the third time. In the eventuality of his being recognized of having contravened ethics rules, if that were to happen, it would be the third time. In your opinion, should the punishment be more severe after 3 times? Or can one contravene these rules as many times, as any number of times, without ever getting a more severe punishment?
Well, as I have said before, I'm not a fan of having penalties or punishments meted out by the Ethics Commissioner. I believe that belongs in the criminal courts. But I think the repercussions of continuous contraventions of the Act will be felt sooner or later. And that's why I pointed to Section 19, that it's clear that compliance with the Act is a condition of the person's being in their job. So that ultimately there will probably be some effects of having contravened the Act, whoever you are and whenever it occurs.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson.
Merci, Madame Dawson.
Moving on to Mr. Angus for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madame Dawson. It's so great to have you back before the Ethics Committee. You spoke to us many times over the years. I'm very interested in the Trudeau 1 report, because I think it'll help certainly my Liberal colleagues in getting a better sense of how the Conflict of Interest Act works.
Right.
Because your findings in it are very interesting, because we get the impression that conflict of interest is something like bribery. Somebody offers you money and you give them a deal. But in the Trudeau 1 report, it was much more complex, in that it was the family members who were very much engaged in the back and forth. That, the Prime Minister meets with the Aga Khan in November 2015 in Paris, and it's a private meeting, which it may have been. And then it's the Aga Khan's daughter who reaches out to Miss Gregoire to invite her to their first trip to the island. So it's through the family that the decision's made. And then 2 days before she goes on that vacation, the Aga Khan's officials reach out and start talking about the $15 million. So in terms of the findings that you made, you had a number of areas where you found the Prime Minister responsible. And one is that the whole thing of like that a public office holder will recuse himself from any discussion, decision, debate, or any matter on which he or she would be in a conflict of interest. And Section 6 of that Act says that we should reasonably know that in making that decision he'd be in a conflict. It's the reasonably to reasonably know that it's a conflict. When this was something that was very beneficial to the family, because at Christmas time in the famous trip, it was Sophie Gregoire who then reached out to the Aga Khan and said, "Can we come and have a vacation?" And the family said yes. So how is it that I'd just like your comments on that report in terms of that it can be family members involved too, thinking that they're getting just something really nice and normal that actually puts the public office holder in the conflict?
Well, that's where you look. That's where you look at the definition of conflict of interest. You see, in the conflict of interest definition, if I can, effectively it's Section 4, but I always call it the definition. It says an opportunity to further his or her private interests, those of his or her relatives or friends, or to improperly further another. So the relatives and friends are already included in the definition of conflict of interest. Now, interestingly, in the Aga Khan one, Section 11 doesn't build on the concept of conflict of interest. It builds on another concept, which is reasonably seen to have been given to influence. So in a sense, we're mixing a little bit the two issues, but some of the other sections, like the one you mentioned, let's see, does use it.
Yeah, I would like to follow up on that Section 11 because it's the reasonably seen to have been given to influence the office holder, because it is the creation of that relationship that when you come at a later time, you've already developed, I think, an improper relationship through how you've set that up. So one of the things that's been really surprising with the Kielburgers, and I'm not asking you to prejudge the work of Commissioner Dion, but you know, we know that Margaret Trudeau is a very well-known public speaker, but we were very surprised to find that we had not paid any of the other speakers, and we told the board that none of the other speakers were being paid, but Margaret Trudeau and Sacha Trudeau were being paid, and that wasn't being told to the board. That would be reasonably seen as putting the Prime Minister in a conflict. Don't you think that there's now a direct financial commitment to his family of upwards of $500,000? So I guess to go back to Section 6, connecting Section 11, that a public office holder knows or reasonably should know that in making a decision he would be in a conflict. That financial commitment that the Kielburgers made to his family put him in a difficult situation.
Yeah, but you're mixing up two provisions. I mean, Section 11 has the reasonably seen to have been given is specific to Section 11.
Yeah.
So if we're trying to interpret Section 6 or 8, 9 or whatever we're trying to interpret, that doesn't use that expression.
No, I get that. Section 11 says for them to give reasonably seen to have been given to influence the office holder. I'm talking about the Kielburgers' relationship. I'm talking about the Prime Minister's responsibility under Section 6, where he reasonably should know that he's now in a conflict of interest, because nobody else would know that the family had financial relations. That wasn't public. We knew that the family was involved in but we understood that everybody was a volunteer. It's up to the Prime Minister in that moment. Because I'm harping on this because I noticed that the Prime Minister, when he gave his testimony, he kept talking about Section 2, defining family, which Section 2 defines family as, you know, spouse and children, but Section 3 talks about being related by birth, marriage, common law, adoption, that it's a larger sense of relative. So it seems that the Prime Minister was very aware of his definition under Section 2, but under Section 3, certainly the financial arrangements the Kielburgers made with his direct family and their family name put him in that compromised position.
Yeah, actually, that's subsection. Those are subsections of Section 2. Well, I don't know. I mean, that's a matter of fact, and that's not for me to decide.
Exactly. I totally understand. Thank you very much.
Matter of fact, that's a small.
Thank you. I will start into our 5-minute round now. And first up, we have Mr. Gourde. The floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci d'être ici.
Thank you very much for being here. for 10 years, when you were the ethics commissioner, you had a steel hand in a velvet glove. I admire your work. Philosophically, when you see what's happening today, when you look at your work and what Mario Dion, the new commissioner, is doing, and when you see that it doesn't seem to have a great impact on public opinion, even if someone is ultimately found to go against the Ethics Act, well, such a person should lose the next elections because it's a matter of trust, ethics, conflicts of interest. When there are repeated violations, when an investigation shows that you're in a conflict of interest, and yet somehow that seems not to break the bond of trust with voters. So now that you have retired, from an external point of view, do you think the Ethics Commission is ultimately leading to effects with voters and is doing its work? After all, at the last elections, there were 2 ethics investigations which showed that the Prime Minister had violated the rules with the Aga-Khan and SNC-Lavalin, and yet he still won the elections, and yet it seems to not have an effect in public opinion. We take it seriously. Most members in the House take this seriously, but the electorate seems not to take it seriously, and that concerns me. From an outside perspective, does that concern you?
I think that there are different levels of badness in some of the contraventions that is found. Sometimes it's just not being careful enough. Other times it could be quite a serious thing. So I think the other thing to note is that, of course, you're thinking, I think, more in terms of members of parliament who are also reporting public office holders, because, of course, there are many people covered by the Act that the public doesn't know much about. And then it's up to the organization to deal with that, or the government in reappointing them. I'm thinking of governor and council appointees. But, I'm sure that continuing continuing contraventions are going to add up. But there are some extenuating circumstances in the current case, in the sense that we're in a strange pandemic situation. So it's just, I'm not surprised, really. I think the main power of the Conflict of Interest Act is in preventing these things, as I said before, and in each decision that comes out is an educational tool in and of itself to show all the other reporting public office holders and public office holders where it is they could fall down, and one hopes that everybody will learn from a particular contravention on a particular person.
Seriez-vous d'accord qu'une...
Would you agree that a minister, a prime minister, a parliamentary secretary who is under a serious investigation, do you think that that person should withdraw from their position and become an independent until the investigation is over? So that at least he wouldn't be a distraction for his party?
I think that's a political decision. I don't think it's a moral decision. I think normally these cases, first of all, they aren't decided till they're decided, and it's difficult when they're under investigation. They haven't been shown to have contravened the Act at this time. And, there's some cases that are more open and shut than others. And some areas are a little bit abstruse, I think. But no, I don't think it's an automatic thing. Again, though, I point to that Section 19. It is a condition of their job, and so that will have a bearing, should have a bearing, but it won't always have a bearing.
Mais après avoir été reconnu.
But subsequently, after someone has been found to have committed a violation, can a member never again become a minister if it's very severe?
Well, I think the public will decide that. Well, actually, sorry, you're talking about a minister, not an MP. Again, it's for the party to, or for the prime minister, I guess, to determine that. It's always a thing that has to be considered and a decision taken, but it's not a giver. It's not an obvious decision, I don't think.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. For another 5-minute round, we're going to Mr. Dong and Ms. Zahid.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Dawson, I'm a new member, so actually a pleasure and learning experience for me to have this opportunity to ask a few questions. I've been listening quite carefully what my opposition colleagues has asked, and your answer seems to me that they're more frustrated with the fact that your investigations and these incidents did not deliver them a winning campaign or winning election result in that last election. But I think members of public should be concerned and curious to know that your view on our overall ethic regime on a whole. Is it in your mind? Is it fairly effective still?
I think it's a good regime. I think that it's, I mentioned in my opening remarks, I was astounded while I was in that office at the number of different countries. I had China, I had Russia, I had Ukraine, I had portions of Africa, I had England once, Australia, New Zealand, you name it. Many countries made appointments to come in, sent delegations to come in and study our regime. I think, regimes can always be improved. This is what we call the Canadian model, actually. All the provinces have similar regimes with some slight differences. The Canadians, I think, should take pride in the regimes we've got. I think that basically they're a model for the world. They can always be improved. But for example, I had occasion to be on a panel with the former ethics commissioner, whatever he was called, of the United States. And in the United States, they don't have the power to investigate. All they have the power to do is advise. So, the regimes are what they are, and they're as good as they can be. But at some point, these regimes can't go beyond and into the criminal realm. That's a different field. So I don't know. That's a bunch of random thoughts.
That's very helpful. And do you think that there's an ethic problem within the parliament, or perhaps our government? Not our government, not the current Liberal government, but the government system. Do you feel that there's an ethic problem within the parliament and our government system?
There's always going to be ethics issues that come up. So this is a vehicle to deal with them and to try and make things better.
And in your view, do you think ethics commissioners should be proactively working with the decision makers in the government, or they should just read and interpret and apply the code? Which way should it? Do you think that? Where do you fall on the spectrum?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what you're meaning, but certainly when I was commissioner, and I probably continuously, we made ourselves available frequently to go and meet with, for example, ministers' offices or different commissions to discuss the ethics rules. And that was a very good exercise because we could discuss where some of the issues were. I won't name any specific ones, but that is, as I said in my introductory remarks, a very important role of the office.
Thank you. I'll pass this to Ms. Saeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dawson, for appearing before the committee, and thanks for agreeing, as the system was not working yesterday, for appearing today. Do you stand by your statement which you made in 2018 interview with the Globe and Mail that there is not an awful lot of bad stuff going on?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know. What do I know? I just know what I see in the media or whatever. But to me, we're a pretty good society. I'm proud of being a Canadian.
Do you have any suggestions where we should be drawing a line in determining who is a family member, and in regards to the involvement of the family members in charitable or professional work? So that could overlap with the decision making the MPs and the cabinet makes.
I'm not sure what you're getting at, but if you're, I mean, we do. That's what we have the conflict of interest screens for, if there's any concern. But it's a question of whether the charity is looking for money from the government or looking for some kind of support. In that situation, if one has a position that makes decisions on that, then there have to be some conflict rules, and it would involve your own or your families or your relatives' situations as well in certain cases.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dawson. Handing the floor over to Mr. Keurig for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to Ms. Dawson for appearing before this committee. I want to follow up with the question that Mr. Dong asked in the first place. Does this current government have an ethics problem? I know the Prime Minister is now under his third investigation. I'd be very curious to hear your comments on the current ethical practices of the current government.
Oh, the Prime Minister is one member of the government. The Prime Minister, I believe, has his heart in the right place, basically. Maybe he's not as careful as he should be. I don't know. But when you look at how the various things that have been handled to this pandemic, I thought he'd done a good job on that. And we're in a strange situation right now. But I just think all of the people that are in government need to be brought up short when they do something that that contravenes the ethics rules. But I'm not going to, it moves on, and these things pop up from time to time.
No, I appreciate that. Now, I understand after the Trudeau 1 report, or at that point in time, the Trudeau report, you had the opportunity to testify before the Ethics Committee and be asked questions regarding that report. I was quite astounded as a new member of Parliament this past February when members of the government voted against the current commissioner having the opportunity to come and share his findings in the Trudeau 2 report before this committee. Wondering if what your thoughts on that are, and if you believe that the ethics commissioner should be able to report his findings before this committee.
Well, I don't know quite what I said at that other committee, but the thing is that there is a rule in the Conflict of Interest Act that your report speaks for itself, and you're not supposed to divulge anything as an ethics commissioner, any information that you got in the course of your investigation, or anything outside of what you have put in your report. So one has to be careful as an ethics commissioner not to go beyond that. Now, so I'm not sure how useful it would be for a commissioner to come and testify, except generally about the way the Act works or something. I mean, that's why I've kept myself general. I'm not even the commissioner still, but I mean, the current commissioner is under a legal obligation not to go chit-chatting about the report that he's writing, and after it's issued, it stands for itself.
Now, getting back to my first question, then I have a few questions about your interpretation of the Act. But in you made a statement to the media that reads, "One doesn't continue to do the same thing twice," and then goes on. Then you then go on to say there seems to be a little bit of a blind spot or something there. And that was in reference to the Prime Minister's ethical behavior. Just wondering if I wanted to read that into the record, but also if you'd have any further comments on what you meant by that, and in relationship to the current status of the We Charity investigation and the various facets of that, regarding both the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, and it seems like each and every day its scope is expanding.
Well, I mean, that comment was made in response to a question about the fact that there were 3 reports that came out, all of which had some sort of connection to the Conflict of Interest Act. And maybe it was a little bit of a flippant remark, but I mean, the point I was making was I feel that the Prime Minister's heart's in the right place, as I said. I feel that he tries to do the right thing. He tries to do good. And I just think that these things have been oversights, basically.
Okay. How much time do I have left? Okay. Just a really quick question then. Did you ever have cause to pick up the phone and refer a case to the over your last number of years as ethics commissioner? Pick up the phone and refer a case to appropriate law enforcement officers such as the RCMP. Did you ever have a reason to do that?
Yes, I did, on several occasions.
Okay.
And there were several occasions when they would have started something and they'd let me know that as well, and then I'd have to discontinue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Moving on to Mr. Gerritsen for 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dawson, and I, like others, very much appreciate you being here. I've learned a lot from hearing what you've had to say. You said something very interesting in response to a question earlier, not that long ago. You said there will always be ethics issues that come up. I don't know how the public would respond to that. I mean, isn't the point of a Conflict of Interest Act to prevent issues from coming up? What do you mean by that?
I mean, that we can't catch them all. I mean, that's exactly why I highlighted in my opening remarks the fact that I think that's our most important work, is to educate and to be available for consultations and to give advice. But, there are going to be ethical breaches that slip through the cracks, and there always will be, because somebody will not be paying attention.
So, in your opinion, based on the work that you did in the past during your tenure, these things were coming up from time to time and dealt with appropriately, one way or the other, through your investigative work?
I sure hope so. I mean, I did the best I could to make a good decision in all my investigations.
So, out of curiosity, when you were doing your investigative work, would you often regard cases differently, where you determined that the individual had intentionally, knowingly gone against the act, versus one who may have done it unintentionally?
Well, yeah. I mean, in my reports, I have quite often commented on how these things happened. I tried to make my reports quite fulsome and explaining the circumstances as they were. So, I'm sort of lost the train of the question.
Yeah, no, I guess what I was getting at was that there had been a lot of questions, at least a few from the other side of the table, that were saying, after, your second finding, should you be then the penalty be greater? And I respect the fact that you're basically saying it's not the position of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner to make that assessment, and it would have to be a criminal charge, et cetera. You got that point across. But I guess what I'm trying to differentiate between is the seriousness of repercussions for somebody who intentionally did something versus somebody who didn't. What's your opinion on that? Well,
I think malice aforethought or whatever would be would be taken into account. But again, I go back to the section that says it's a condition of your employment or appointment. And so it's my reports, and I'm sure the current commissioner's reports, spell out the circumstances. And so it's for the people to read.
So I want to just get to the point about when you're supposed to be declaring this. I know that, when you say, it's a conflict of interest that relates to an individual, a family member, a friend, a relative. I think it goes without saying that you have to know in advance that that conflict exists, doesn't it? Because otherwise somebody would have to look every single time they go to make a decision. They would have to go and talk to every relative and friend that they have to find out if they have some kind of association with the organization. Would that be correct?
Yeah, well, the test, for example, in Section 6 is if the public office holder knows or reasonably should know.
Right.
So it's not necessarily that they actually know, but if they're sort of willfully blind or something, in other words, if they're not paying attention, they reasonably should know. So it's a reasonable man test.
Okay. And so my last question, and this committee's work is to determine some recommendations to possibly put forward. Do you think, I realize that having a conflict is pretty much a binary choice. You either do or you don't. But there would also be different times where the threshold might be greater or lower in terms of the amount. Do you think that when considering how to go about establishing, the degree to which you personally must look into the various relationships that you might have or conflicts that you might have with relationships, that there should be consideration given to the dollar amount associated with a perceived conflict? Like, should there be a threshold where different tests are put into place?
A very brief answer, please.
Well, philosophically maybe, but it's the contravention is a contravention, but the facts will be there on the face of the report, and it will be for all to see just how big a thing this was.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Moving into a 2.5-minute round, the floor goes to Mr. Forte.
Madame Dawson, on va jouer, on va fantasmer.
Let's just imagine a scenario. Let's say I am Prime Minister of Canada, and you are the Ethics Commissioner, and I consult you, and I say I have an important decision to make. We're about to give a $43.5 million contract to an organization to manage $900 million in student grants. I say that given the urgency of the situation, the decision will have to be made in an unusual way, without a bid for tender. I would also say that it's not a full examination of the abilities of the organization to manage the program or not. I say that the organization in question has given my mother over the last few years $250,000 for speakership opportunities. And I say that the organization has also given a few tens of thousands of dollars to my brother for the same services. That the organization has also retained the services of my spouse as an ambassador, and that I myself have spoken for the organization and encouraged people to work with it. And finally, I say that I'm troubled by the situation. And I would ask you as the Ethics Commissioner to enlighten me. Should I participate in that decision? What would you advise?
I would say it is your decision, because it is the person who has to decide. But I would point out if they were aware of all these issues, I would point out the ethical issues. It's not necessarily clear cut that a relationship member of the family had at some point will continue in the future or whatever. The circumstances of each case is quite different, and that's the thing that has to kind of be sort of teased out in the course of looking at all the circumstances surrounding something. The way you've presented this case it doesn't have all the details you need to determine something. So you would give the ethics commissioner would sort of show the pitfalls and do the best to give advice. Probably the best advice would be avoid the situation if you possibly can.
Merci.
Because it's dangerous.
Merci. Et si j'ajoute à la situation...
Thank you. And if I add to the situation that at the moment of taking the decision, I realized that the organization that was going to receive this program was not the one that I thought, but instead a different entity with links with the first, and that other organization had no assets as far as I knew and no financial history, and that I had no in-depth examination of whether that organization was
Was what?
What's your quel est votre conseil? Quel conseil me donnez-vous?
What would you advise at that point?
Sorry, I missed the last. I think the translation missed the last couple of words there. I'm sorry. I think you're positing a case of choices to be made. I think. Maybe you could just state in a nutshell what it is you're asking. Again, I think the translation missed a bit there. I'm sorry.
Ah oui, mais c'est pas la traduction, c'est pas mon.
That is not my burden to bear. I'm sorry for the system. Let me repeat the question. If I add to the situation that when I'm about to sign that contract and make a decision about it, I realize that the entity that is going to receive the contract is not the one that I believed, but a different entity, which it is closely linked with, but that has no financial history, no assets, and that has only been incorporated for a couple of years. And without an in-depth examination of that organization, what would you advise?
I would advise caution. I would advise to go back to the people that are recommending this happen and see what the rationale is, and hesitate if there's an assurance about assurance about something that's important, you wouldn't go ahead.
Merci, Madame Dawson. Merci beaucoup.
Mr. Green, the floor is yours for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. We've heard, Madam Speaker, that ethics has been defined as a situation, that it's a learning, as you've suggested today. During your tenure at the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, how often did the Prime Minister request your advice?
Which Prime Minister?
The last Prime Minister. This Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau.
Well, I'm a number of times from the time he was just an MP, as a matter of fact.
Did he ask your advice on scenarios where he went ahead and proceeded to violate ethical conflicts of interest?
No.
So did you ever volunteer advice without having received a request from him?
If some facts were drawn to my attention, or for example, if his staff came and asked something, but it's not that often. Similarly with Mr. Harper.
Because what we've heard here through you, Madam Speaker, is that, even though you're suggesting that perhaps that this act is good enough, it's pretty good on the global scale, you've referenced Russia and China and others, we have scenarios where there's just a habit, a culture of repeated ethical violations. Out of your 75 recommendations that you presented, none of which were accepted, would any of them prevented the current situation that we're in right now?
Probably not.
My last question through you, Madam Chair, is why have an act if it's not going to prevent the ongoing violations, ethical violations that we've seen?
Because I think it prevents many, many ethical violations. It may not get them all.
In your opinion, has there been learning from this? Has this Prime Minister learned from the 3 or 4 times he's been under investigation?
I have no idea, but the 3 times, in fact, are quite different. Each of them is a different sort of circumstance. It's not as if the same mistake was made twice. And I think all of those are all 2 that have happened, and assume the third decision will shed some light on some ethical rules. But I don't know, what more can I say?
That's okay. Shed some light it will. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving into the final round here, each for 5 minutes. Mr. Keurig, you're first up.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And again, it's been very, very interesting. So thank you, Ms. Dawson. A couple of different topics that I'm hoping to cover here. First being gifts. Could free travel given to a family be seen as to a family be seen to influence or advantage a minister of the Crown? If that minister, for example, was given free gifts or travel by an organization?
Sure. If there was something afoot there that they might want from him. In fact, that was one of the situations in the Aga Khan case.
So with your unique experience related to this, and with the understanding that the situation the current finance minister is in, and the paying back of the $41,000 the day that he was set to testify before the Finance Committee, I'd be curious to hear your comments on his family's travel related to that, and that being seen as influence, his daughter working for the organization, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't really want to comment on Mr. Morneau's case. I think, that has to be looked at, but certainly a gift of free travel would fall under Section 11 if it was inappropriate.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. So I want to touch on the friends issue again and again. You have very, very unique experience in that definition. Based on what you've seen and read in media accounts about the ongoing WE scandal, would it be your opinion that Mr. Trudeau would be or would not be friends with the Kielburger brothers?
I have no idea. I've been up at my cottage a good part of the last 2 weeks, and I haven't been listening. I haven't been glued to the television, but I've been following it to some extent. But that's a fact issue.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, and I'm sure you've had a lovely time up at the cottage. I'm having trouble dealing with this, as a prairie boy, having trouble dealing with this Ottawa humidity in the middle of summer. But
yes, me too, right now.
So as a matter of general practice, if a public office holder were to consult the conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, looking for some sort of blessing or approval on outside activities, would you normally use this opportunity to reiterate the public office holder's ongoing obligation to recuse themselves should the circumstances change or require it?
Oh, I might or might not. But, usually I should say that usually the people that come for advice talk to some of the staff in the office because one can't. But the commissioner's always available to speak if necessary to them. But no, you wouldn't. It depend. If they asked for a little bit of a lecture on stuff, you'd give it to them. If they were asking a specific question, you wouldn't necessarily take their time to talk about everything.
No, I appreciate that. And may I ask how much time I have?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I do want to thank you as well. Although my time as a member of Parliament and your time as Commissioner did not overlap, I've had nothing but tremendous experiences, whether it be in the annual filings, the onboarding as a new member, and a number of the questions that I've had to make sure that I am fully compliant with the Conflict of Interest Act. And I have no doubt that your efforts as Commissioner for that decade contributed to the culture that exists there, which I've certainly found very, very, very helpful. So a question related to that asking of advice is, when a public office holder consults you about a particular fact scenario, do you consider it good practice for him or her to follow up if there is a material change in circumstances?
Oh, yes, that would make sense. Yeah, I mean, you'd give the advice on the basis of what he presented to you, and if it changed, one would assume they'd come back and double check.
No, I appreciate that, and certainly, as has been my experience, the office is incredibly accessible, and it's encouraging that members of Parliament have that opportunity to have a continual conversation, and certainly I would hope that other members take advantage of that as it comes forward. So the real question here is a $500 million contract with what is a very close connection to the Prime Minister's family. I just, in the remaining about 60 seconds, I think I'd be curious if you'd have any additional comments that you would like to share with this committee about the current ethical circumstances that we find ourselves discussing here and needs to change in the Act so that we can hopefully see that these sorts of breaches don't happen again.
Ms. Dawson, I'm sorry. Your answer will have to be very brief, like 10 seconds.
Well, you know, I don't know. It's an unusual circumstance. We are in an unusual time. But this one will certainly shed some more comments that are grist for the mill in the ethics area.
Thank you very much.
One more.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Moving over to our final questioner will be Madame Briere for 5 minutes.
Madame Chair. Bonjour, Madame Dawson. C'est vraiment un réel privilège de pouvoir.
Hello, Ms. Dawson. It's a real privilege to be able to speak with you today, especially given your past experience here. What would be your 3 priority recommendations to modernize the Act? Earlier, you said that the Act is a model for many other countries, but given that things can always be improved, what would be your priority recommendations to improve the Act?
Oh, my goodness. I had, you know, I sort of picked out when I left the office, I picked out some that I thought I would highlight, and I've got them here and I'll just run through them. Increasing transparency around gifts was one of them, lowering the threshold for disclosure. There's some terminology issues in there, and the code covers entities, but the Act only covers persons, and entities are sometimes should be covered as well. There's some proposals I made to diminish the onerous provisions over people. I won't go into them. Strengthening the post-employment obligations. There's no reporting obligation for a post-employment person. The rules just tend to go on for a year or two after retirement, or sorry, post-employment. There are rules that have to be followed, and it would be good if there was a slight reporting obligation there. I think some non-reporting public office holders there might be a couple of areas they should be reporting on. They're not covered. Harmonizing some of the provisions of the Act and the Members' Code I mentioned, because it's confusing to members, especially who are ministers, when there's 2 different rules there. And then I mentioned one in my opening remarks. I do think Section 11 creates this definition of there is no definition of friend, it doesn't need to be an exception to that gift rule, because reasonably seen to have been given to influence does it anyway. If they were a friend and it's not in a funny circumstance, it would have done it anyway. So that's something that was unnecessary there, and I think it could be improved. There's lots, but I mean, I've got, as I said, 75. I'd say 30 of them are probably technical little drafters nitpicks, but you know, and there's a couple of places where the French and English aren't exactly the same, you know, all sorts of things. But there's nothing dramatic, I don't think, with those exceptions. So that's sort of a little smattering.
Merci. Vous avez parlé d'améliorer peut-être les définitions.
Thank you. You spoke about improving the definitions, specifically about friend. Earlier, we also spoke about the definition of a sibling, or relation rather, relation. Is that a definition that should be looked at again?
No, I think those definitions are not bad. You know, it's fairly clear how it's not clear, for example, how far into cousins and things that the relative goes, but that's to a large extent a circumstance anyway, like how close you are to your cousins and whatnot. And that's worked out. One little area that's not defined is what a private interest is, and that's kind of an interesting issue. I think, in fact, the current commissioner may have gone a little further on where that applies. I always felt that it was significantly tied to financial matters, simply because that's the sort of stuff that got reported, and I generally said it didn't apply to political interests. But so that's sort of like a court cases. You have precedents that are built up and kind of work out what the thing must mean. But no, I the number of terms in there, you have to just kind of work with and figure out how far they extend.
Merci.
Question.
OK. Vous avez, lors d'une entrevue avec le Globe...
In an interview with the Globe and Mail, you said that generally...
In English, not an awful lot of bad stuff going on. Est-ce que vous...
Do you still agree with that statement?
Sorry, but I could neither hear you nor the translator. I didn't get that question.
Okay. Do you stand by your statement in your 2018 interview with the Globe and Mail that there is not an awful lot of bad stuff going on?
Yeah, is that what I said? I mean, I generally think Canadians are pretty good, and there are always ethical errors, and that's what we've got the Act for. But generally speaking, I don't think we're a horrible country, and the government's generally well-meaning and pretty good. So I don't, that's just a general comment I guess I made.
Thanks a lot. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dawson, thank you so much again for being very patient yesterday, and then, of course, coming back and being with us today. Your time is much appreciated, and we do hope that you get to enjoy some great rest at your cabin. And again, just thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It was kind of fun.
Good. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Right. Bye.
With that, I will officially adjourn the meeting. But if you could grace me for 30 seconds, that would be wonderful.